Hello everyone, and welcome to Dragon Age Veilguard with Chaos Counseling. This is the final game in the Dragon Age series, which means once I beat this game, I'm going to need to figure out what my streaming schedule is going to be, since up until this point, you know, the schedule had been Tales game, Dragon Age game, Sonic game, and then a fan service game. I'm not in that order, but so yeah, this is the Dragon Age game I have played the absolute least, because at the time of this stream, this is going to be only my second time playing through this game, whereas all the other three Dragon Age games, I had played through them multiple times over.
I knew him as Solus. Smart, thoughtful, loved to hear himself talk. But long ago, he had a different name. The Dreadwolf. Ancient elven god of lies, or heroic rebel against tyranny, depending on which story you believe. In his desperate fight against the corrupt elven gods, Solus imprisoned them, creating a veil that split our world from the raw magic of the Fade. He had won. But the veil cost the elves everything. Their magic, their freedom, even their immortality. Now, Solus wants to tear down that veil and undo the damage he caused, even if that means our world has to burn. Somebody's gotta stop him, and that's where you come in.
But yeah, so this is going to be the game I have played the absolute least. And again, it's partially because since the game is newer, I've been a lot busier, because like when Inquisition first came out, it came out when Abby and I were first married. We both were working jobs that weren't entirely full-time and barely scraping by. I had more time to play through each one of them over and over throughout the years. This one, partially because it is such a long game, I have just not had the time to revisit this as much, just because, again, it's long. I have to kind of be in the right mood to tackle it. So yeah, this is the one I've revisited the absolute least. So, and the reason I'm specifically playing woman this time is because in my initial playthrough, whenever I play a new game, I almost always play a man, just because it's like I want to play a character that I can more easily kind of like slide into, if that makes sense, from a role-playing standpoint. And since I'm also a man, that it's easy. Yeah, anyway. So, but then I always, in my second playthroughs, I'm like, okay, I'm now going to play as a woman, just so I can kind of decide whether or not I actually prefer the female voice actor's performance or the role-playing options, if you know what I mean. Which I now realize that basically means in every Dragon Age game, I didn't play a single man. But again, I really, really stand by that in both Dragon Age Inquisition and Dragon Age 2, I do greatly prefer female Hawk's voice performance and the female Inquisitor's voice actor. I just think that they're better as a whole. It didn't. Hold on. Or did it? Actually, yeah, it's a good idea. Cool. Okay, I actually like that you can hide the hair. Because that's not something you can do in... What does this mean? So the main character in this game is a character named Rook, who I do think Rook is a step up from the Inquisitor. Don't get me wrong, I like the Inquisitor fine, but they very much suffered from, this was clearly supposed to be Hawk syndrome. And unfortunately, while I do like Rook a little better in terms of... Oh, right, that. You know what? Hold on. I'm going to make it visible, and then I'm going to mess with that. No thanks, actually. That was everything right, okay. It's just the downside I have with Rook is, unfortunately, how do I put this? Is that, Rook is a little... How do I put this? So, at the start of the game, so Varric is back in this game because he's effectively the main character of the franchise, let's be real. Because, I mean, outside the first one, of course. And the two of you, like Rook and Varric, talk about just their long friendship, their long adventures, etc. But unfortunately, because Rook is not a character from previous games or whatever, it doesn't have the same punch that it could have. Just because this game really is the first time we ever actually see Rook. Does it ruin the character or make it impossible to like the character? No, of course not. I'm just saying it doesn't have the 1-2 impact that it could have. Like, honestly, like, this is going to be a bizarre comparison, I'm sure. It's kind of the same reason I personally do not like the game, Power Rangers in Space. Because Power Rangers in Space is the finale to the Zordon era, and it ends with Zordon actually dying. But his final moments are shared with the character Andros. The thing is, Andros was introduced in Power Rangers in Space. And even though he's constantly talking about his history with Zordon, we don't ever actually see him and Zordon interact until the last, basically the last scene of the show. Meaning this tragic end of Zordon is happening between him and someone that we as an audience have never actually seen him interact with. So for me personally, it just... Can I not mess with the mouth? It's... Yeah, it just undercuts any impact that could have had, simply because it's like, well, we've never seen Zordon interact with this person, if that makes sense. And I kind of feel that is sort of an issue here as well. Again, it's not terrible, because I do feel Rook is a bit better, is still a better character as a whole compared to the Inquisitor. They certainly have a bit more personality, to say the very least. Oh, okay. Basically an Adam's apple. Okay. Yeah, no. I actually don't have an Adam's apple, or at least not a visible one, and I've always... I'm not going to mess with the scalp, because I'm probably not going to have my character be bald. Oh, that's right, I totally forgot I can pick undergarments. Oh, I totally forgot that was a thing. I apologize. You know, I've always kind of preferred this. We're going to keep you in that. Let's see. Oh, no, that looks weird on a dwarf. Oh. Hold on, let me plug my controller in. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see. No, I already messed with this. 80, that's what I liked. Hip width. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I can't really tell the difference with that, so I don't think I'm gonna mess with that too much. What? I can't, I literally cannot tell what that's... Oh, wait. Is it altering? Yeah, it's kind of altering the pelvis area, I guess. Bulge size? Oh, that bulge. Okay, I can't really tell a difference, so whatever, I think. Yeah, no, I'm already satisfied with that. Eye shape. Yeah, when it comes to the spacing, I tend to prefer them where they're at. Oh, that's right, you can mess with the positioning individually. I'm not going to do that. I'm perfectly happy with them being... with them matching. Yes, I know that them being, eyes that are not perfectly symmetrical are a legit thing in real life, but I don't think I'm going to... Well, I just don't feel like messing with that, I guess, is what I'm getting at. Eye color. Yeah, I'll... Sorry. Yes, if I can mess with the eye color or have different eye colors, I'm going to absolutely do that. Sorry, the blue clearly did not get selected properly. There we go. Oh, right, because I can black the irises out. No, I'm good. You know, again, also good. Oh, right. That's another thing I can do. No, I'm also good. I do appreciate having the monobrow as an option, you know? It's not something I would ever pick, because I really do not like having a monobrow or a unibrow or whatever, but the fact that it's an option for people who maybe who do like having one or whatever, I'm like, okay, I can appreciate that. It's not something I like at all, but I can appreciate them having it as an option. Sorry, just to get the eyebrows or the eyelashes black, because I didn't really like those blue very much. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Yeah, that looks good to me. Oh, yeah, I'm probably not going to be able to see the ears too much to really care about the ears being asymmetrical. Well, then again, I guess it depends on what my haircut ends up going with. Huh. Sorry, I just realized now that I don't have the long hair on. Her design is very masculine. That was not actually intentional. I mean, not that I was trying to go for the peak of femininity or anything like that, but I think if nothing else, I can see the jaws a little better. Might want to mess with the jawline a little better, a little more. Yeah, yeah, because that's what I had at first. And she looked good, but I think my fucking with the proportions did not have the desired results. So I'm going to go back to this. And honestly, I might just not mess with it. Because again, at the very least, messing with the face shape did not have the results I wanted. You know, no, I'm not messing with any of that. Okay. Scalp. Flat. Oh, yeah, no, let's see the point of that. Nah, I'm not gonna mess with that either. Sure, what do you got? No, I think I'm gonna... Nice. Nah. Not gonna mess with that one too much. Yeah, eyeliner's probably not gonna be visible in... with that hair color. Yeah, mascara's fine the way it is. Oh. Yeah, I guess that would have the opposite effect on the black makeup. Just, it's not as black as I'd like. Yeah, I don't really want glitter on that. Oh, well, what does that do? That helps, actually. Lip liner, huh? Can't really tell a difference, but... oh, there we go. Yeah, it's helping. Okay. Probably don't need blue. Well, it's looking alright. Actually, no. Let's leave the blush off. Because I don't want it to be getting in the way of the tattoos. Oh, actually, that's really cool with the... ooh, that's cool, too. Man, there's some cool ones. Yeah, the tattoos in this game are probably some of the best looking ones in this game. Okay, cool. I've got facial tattoos and body tattoos. Oh, I might honestly just go with the snake. That looked good. I know it's not on the face, but that looks pretty good too. Oh, that's pretty good too. Oh wait, no, that's not a snake. That's a rope. I don't really care. It still looks good. That one or that one? That one. I'm honest with the color. That looks perfectly fine, honestly. Sweet. Veilguard. Wait. I didn't have the tattoo on the upper face earlier, did I? Did that? Or at the very least it wasn't visible. Hold on. Because I liked it. Oh yeah, it wasn't visible before. Because I kind of liked it as just the chin. That does look kind of cool. But no, I do kind of like it just on the chin. So I'm going to leave it like that. There we go. I like that better. That, okay. I don't think you understand what a scar is supposed... Actually, hold on. I need to see what this looks like with the intensity turned up. Yeah, I don't... I mean, I guess you could say that's a branding. But... Well, okay, maybe... Alright. I take back what I said. I can think of certain instances when, yeah, absolutely. These could be, like, deliberate scars or whatever. We're gonna go with that one because I love scars that go through the lip. We're just gonna keep it simple, I think. I know I can't see most of them, but you know, that is okay. Paint. Alright, what do you got for me? Right. I don't know. That one could work. Just because I know a lot of these... Because a lot of these are going to just cover up the face tattoos and the face scars, and I don't want that. Because I want those visible, but... Oh, I didn't see that on the side of the face. Nah, that can stay. That can be PB from Mass Effect Andromeda. No, not brightness. Saturation. So that's a similar issue. A lot of these will cover up the body tattoos. Heh. You know what? I'm going to pass on the body paint. Okay. Cool. Class. And we're going to go with the rogue this time. Oh. Okay. Yep. Rogue. Backstory. Okay. Oh, here we go. So, when I first played through... Yeah. When I first played through the game, I was an elf, and I was a veil jumper. But who do I want? I think Abby was Lord of Fortune with hers. Because I'd love to be either a Shadow Dragon or an Antiva Crow, but I also maybe want to be a Grey Warden. You know what? I am going to be a Grey Warden just because I kind of want to see how that affects certain interactions in the game. Let's see. Cool. I like it. Yeah, no. I play Dragon Age for the story, so we're going... First name... I am boring. I use the same female name whenever. Okay.
Time to get to work.
What's he been saying now?
Well, we're not in trouble.
Right, yeah.
Let's move.
I do actually greatly appreciate that you can have any voice.
Well, we made it.
I'm happy we're here. Hi. We'll be working together.
We can lend a hand. He's always got some story. Oh, shouldn't be a problem. Time to leave. I think everyone's okay.
Can't believe we finally have a moment alone. I'm happy to see you.
It's all under control. There's no way that's true.
Elf, yep. That's fine. As a default, well, okay, I'm gonna leave the name the same.
I won't let this stand.
We need to move.
We need to move!
I'm just gonna change. You know what? I'm not gonna fuck with the head. It bit me in the ass, I think. That can stay the same. Yeah, I'm not gonna get as crazy with the Inquisitor. Okay, good. For a second, it didn't look like it stuck. Because I know that like my preferred haircut for the Inquisitor is not available in this game, sadly. Sure, let's go with that. It works. I have a I have a preference. What can I say? Right, you don't have face tattoos, so I'm less concerned about. Oh, can you have black blush? Fucking lame. Nope. We're not doing that. You can be free of the blush. No, it was part of... Oh, no body... Huh, okay. So it was supposed to be kind of... Since I'm Romance Soulless, I was able to ditch the... What's it called? I was able to ditch the face tattoos, so my Inquisitor will not have one. Hold on. I want to... I want to just check one different haircut. See if I want to do that where... There were two with kind of dreads. At least I think there were two. Yeah, no, I do want to go with that one instead. Okay, do I like that one? Because I did overlook... I think I did overlook. That's the one I gave. That was the one I gave the Inquisitor. No, I'm going to stick with the one on the lip. I like that. Yeah. Oh. I'm an idiot. There we go. Yep, let us go. We are good. Yeah. Again, I do know that sadly, no Kunari in any of these playthroughs, but Abby played a Kunari in her playthrough, and there wasn't a lot of roleplay opportunities.
Where were we? Oh, right. Him. Our best plan is to stop the Dreadwolf before he can perform his ritual. After following his trail across half the known world, we finally tracked him to Manrathus, capital of the Tevinter Imperium.
Which I find kind of
To
interesting.
find the Dreadwolf in a city this big, we need a local expert.
Hey, Nev.
Naturally, our story begins where all great stories begin. With the seediest bar in town.
Nev is one of 3 people I'm
And the
considering
missing
romancing in this
contact.
playthrough. The other 2 are Balara and Davrin. And in my personal playthrough, I romanced Harding. No regrets. I loved Harding. Albeit, I absolutely love Nev as well.
Let's try this again. Where's Nev Gallus?
You think you can come into my bar and make demands?
No, fuck it. Let's have some...
Nev Gallus is my only shot at finding the Dreadwolf. I'm not leaving until I know where she is. Be ready to talk by the time I get to you. Darling, you're adorable.
Not enough gold in the world for this.
Varric, now!
Meet Bianca. She'd like you to stay a while.
I like how Varric looks in this game. It looks like... Just... Because he's 50 in this game, if I remember correctly. And... Yeah.
Nev Gallus.
Dumat Plaza. The Venatori cultists took her to Dumat Plaza.
Thanks. Your friend Nev Gallus is at Dumat Plaza.
I heard. That's why you're my second in command. Although, for the record, there was probably an easier way to do that than fighting an entire bar.
What did I have to worry about? You were there watching my back.
Yeah.
Come on. Harding will be worried.
All right. Break's over.
I just realized because I picked dwarf between Varric and Harding, it's like a bunch of dwarfs in this intro.
Nev's as good at finding people as you claim.
She's the best damn detective I've ever met. If she says she's got a lead on Solus, I believe her. The Archon's palace. Something must have gotten them riled up.
This game is gorgeous.
Should we be in more of a hurry to get out of here?
We don't want to look conspicuous. Just get out of here nice and casual. Find Nev Gallus and stop Solus.
You still think you can talk him down before he starts his big ritual?
That ritual is going to tear down the veil. The only thing separating us from the Fade and an endless number of demons. I have to talk him down.
Varric, buddy, you okay?
Wait! But I didn't do anything!
Get down.
Are they after us? Is it because of the bar?
Word travels fast in Minrathous.
We've got to help her.
We don't have time to get arrested, especially if we... Oh, crap.
We're too late.
The ritual started. But if we hurry, we can still stop Solus before it finishes. Let's go! Harding's this way. She'll get us to Dumont Plaza, and Nev will get us to Solus.
Watch out! Is Solus summoning demons on purpose?
My guess is the veil is weak.
So yeah,
and they're slipping through
this
the
is the
cracks.
game where, and I know this was something that did kind of
The whole world is
turn
going to
longtime
look
fans,
like
they
this.
didn't turn it off, but made it, alienated it a little bit because the demons in this game got a whole redesign. I think the shades are still the same, but that was, because that was a pride demon right there. They looked, well, you can still see the shape of the original pride demons. They are still completely different designs.
You're safe now.
Hey,
Get
sexy.
inside and bar the door as quick as you can, okay?
Thank you, miss.
Harding, you all right?
I've been doing what I can to help. The ritual must be weakening the veil. There are a lot of scared people out here.
And a lot of demons. Haven't seen this many
Fuck, I
come
love
through
Harding.
the Fade in years.
And what about you two? Are you okay?
Fought some demons, and the Archon's palace took a few shots at us. Nothing we couldn't handle.
Speak for yourself.
Have you got my gear?
Right over there.
Okay, not gonna lie,
Where's
I'm still.
Nev Gallus? Wasn't she at the
So
meeting
just
point?
realized we're three dwarfs
The
with
Venatori got
bows.
to her first. They grabbed her before we arrived and paid off the bar owner to keep it quiet.
I'm not surprised our detective did something to piss off a cult of murderous blood mages, but their timing stinks.
Okay, not gonna lie,
Owner said the
so
Venatori
far,
took Nev to Dumont
I
Plaza.
think I actually prefer
Can you get us
male
there,
Rook's
Harding?
voice. That's a
Not
first
a
for
problem. I
this
saw Dumont Plaza
franchise.
while I was scouting the area, and it was crawling with Venatori. Follow me.
Eyes up. We've got company.
Now, one thing I do absolutely love about this game, and it's not going to be right away.
Here they come.
Oh no, it is going to be right away, I think. Is that, I mean, I think outside of the very first game, and even then, at least on the Xbox version that I was playing, it wasn't the easiest thing in the world to do. But in this game, you actively have two weapon styles with you at any given time, and I really appreciate that.
Yourselves up if you need it.
Because, like, if you're a warrior, you can swap between
Solus tears down the veil. Doesn't that destroy everything?
two-handed and sword and shield. If you're a mage, you have your staff, but then you also have a dagger and an
That world
orb.
existed before the
In
Veil,
this one,
and he
I
wants to bring it
really
back.
appreciate that I can just swap between the bow and the dagger and my swords at the push of a button. I like it. I appreciate it. It's something I really wish that the other Dragon Age games had as well. So I am going to say there are some things I don't like. So for those who are unaware, this Dragon Age game plays pretty differently compared to the last three. It honestly, it plays more akin to Mass Effect in that you can't swap between which character you're in control of at any given time like you could in the last three games. And you only can have a party of 3 instead of 4, which I don't like that because it does now further limit character interactions and such. It doesn't ruin the game, though. I just prefer how the other games handled party makeups.
Oh no, I think that's Dumont Plaza.
Because I'm fairly certain those, like, quadrupedal demons are the rage demons. Which,
Hate these assholes.
yeah, rage demons in the other 3 games were extensively just burning shades, you know? Okay, so in my personal playthrough, I played as a mage, because it's Dragon Age. I always play a mage first. And to be perfectly frank, I think the first game is the only game where I don't prefer playing a mage. But I am really in... And Abby played a warrior in her private playthrough because she had never played one, because she often will also pick rogue or mage like me. Because, again, in many respects, I feel warrior is usually the least fun from a gameplay standpoint in the Dragon Age games. But... Ooh.
They crossed the Grey Warden's
I'm really enjoying playing as a rogue in this game, at least from a visual standpoint. I don't know if I outright say that I'm liking it better than when I was a mage, but we'll see.
Guess we're sliding down.
They're allies of Ned Gallus! Kill them all!
Oh. Nice. Oh, I do want to say, well, it is something of a redesign. I do actually like this sleeker design for the Venatori, because the Venatori in Inquisition had like a lot more pointed helmets and pointed gear here and there. I do like this sleeker look for them. Oh, hey, gorgeous.
Alright, hiding. Not the worst timing.
Fuck, you are gorgeous.
It's so good to see you. We thought the Venatori had kidnapped you.
They thought the same thing. A lot of
God,
Venatori in the
Queen.
city have reason to hate me. Figured I'd play along. Find out who wanted to settle the score this time. Then the sky started raining demons. So I'm back on the job.
Appreciate it. Rook, this is Nev Gallus, our local expert. She's gonna help us find Solus. Nev, meet Rook. Harding and I found her a while back. Thought we could use an expert on trouble.
Rook, like the chess piece?
One of the strongest pieces on the board, but she tends to think in straight lines.
We came prepared for a rescue. Looks like you were way ahead of us.
A rescue? You're sweet.
You said you had a lead?
I haven't seen Solus in person, but I did find hints of old magic, similar to what you get in elven ruins. I traced it to a building beneath Our Lady of Victory. That's where your man is hiding.
Then let's go. Before this ritual he's doing gets any worse.
Worse, this ritual's already drawing more power than I'd expect from a dozen mages. You told me he was working alone.
I also told you he was an ancient elven god.
An elven god. Well, Whatever he is, he's causing trouble in my city. Let's go.
Oh, and one thing I love about Nev, if you haven't played this game, you might not have noticed, and the game itself never really highlights it, one of Nev's legs is prosthetic. So I love the fact that she is a character with a disability, but the game never gawks at it. It never really calls it out because it's like, yeah, she's got a disability, but she doesn't let that hinder her ability to, she just doesn't let that hinder her in any way, shape, or form. And I really appreciate that. I think it's actually fantastic representation. Now again, if there's someone disabled watching and they feel that they wish that there was some acknowledgement of it, then I defer to your judgment, because I thankfully have been fortunate enough to not really be disabled in any meaningful way. Like because like I have all my limbs, all my fingers, I can still see out of both eyes, etc. Like the closest I have to a disability physically, like I've got plenty of learning disabilities, sadly, that's why I sucked at school. But the closest I have to a disability is my knee injury, which thankfully is not an ever-present thing, but it has affected my ability to run as long as, I mean, not that I was very fit and could run very long anyway, but and it occasionally just, the pain acts up and I'm basically stuck limping. But other than that, it doesn't affect me too much. So again, if you're watching and you actually are disabled and you feel that Nev isn't good representation, then again, I will defer to your judgment, because she's representing you. She's not representing me. But I can't pretend that I still don't really appreciate that Nev is probably one of the most capable people in this game. And I just like the fact that the game never gets, it feels like the game never really gets hung up on that. Okay, I know there's a way to, there we go, that's how I use my shortcuts.
Enchantment on the entrance. I can get it.
Okay, again, I know I already said it, but fuck, I'm actually purely just like visually alone. I'm loving the way the rogue controls in this game, because I said the rogue had like the coolest fight animations in the second game, but due to just that game's oversaturation of rogues, I chose just never to play a rogue in that game, outside of like the one time I did for the sake of I want to play through the game once as each class. So I usually only ever played a rogue in the first game, and then occasionally the third game. Not second game, occasionally the third game. But like I said, this is my second time playing this game, period. So this is,
one of the few things we actually agreed on.
I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot.
What do you see?
No sign of Solus. Just a big glowing window or mirror or something.
Well, that sounds ominous.
Also, again, I know I kind of had to undo the changes I made to Rook's design, because I'm like, oh, that did not turn out the way I wanted it to.
Yeah.
But I do really like Rook's design. That hair looks good. I like the fact that you can have the more brightly colored hairs and stuff like that. Right, momentum. It's kind of what it's based on now, instead of like stamina. And one other thing I do actually like about this game is that, if I remember correctly, all of your partners have multiple weapons they can swap between, albeit some characters it's less obvious. Like the mages, I mean, and this was kind of true with if you play a mage too, there's not as much of a difference in between.
Solus, the Dreadwolf, Fen'Harel. He's got a lot of names.
I always called him Chuckles.
Nice work.
Between like the animations of the different mage attacks, at least if I mean, okay, yeah, there's obviously different animations if you're playing the mage, but whatever. But I also like the fact that this game, every class has a ranged attack of some kind. That, because like if I remember correctly, Abby, when she played a fighter, she could throw her shield. Mages, they could shoot like a concentrated beam of energy to like get more distance or whatever.
It's called an alluvian. They're elven and very old.
It acts like a doorway from one place to another. Solus uses them to get around quickly.
He must have gone through it.
But yeah, because that was always one of my biggest beefs with the first 3 games, that if you didn't play a mage, there were sometimes situations you could get in where you just could not fight.
Well, we're not in Minrathous anymore.
I know these trees. This is Arlethan Forest.
And there's your ritual. The power involved. We've never seen anything like it.
The tremors are getting worse.
And we've got
Okay, I take it back. The shades do have a completely new design in this game. I had forgotten about that. But yeah, like I said, I know I just barely started playing through this, but so far, this being a rogue, I think I do prefer rogue over mage, just because, again, visually it is just such a feast to watch rogue rook fight. But we'll see. We'll see if, as I level up and unlock more abilities, if it's like, okay, the rogue is fun at first, but maybe gets old because it doesn't get spiced up. Because, like, the mage got a ton of variety. So again, we'll see how I feel as the game goes on. Because admittedly, one, like, just as a warning for anyone who hasn't played this game, that this game does sadly have some slow bits, kind of in the middle. And to be fair, Inquisition had a similar issue. And that's just because there can be lots, and I mean lots of time in between the story bits. Of just like lots of side questing, lots of collectathon elements or anything like that. Which are not necessarily a bad thing. It's just, I know that it can get kind of tedious. Because I know that when I was first playing through this game, just, again, casually, admittedly, I didn't realize how much time I had sunk into all the side quests. So again, the fact that I was able to do all of that without realizing how much I was doing is technically a good thing, because it means I was enjoying it enough. But even I kind of realized, I'm like, it has been, like, hours since the story actually advanced in a meaningful way, so it's not a problem, but it is something to bear in mind. Oops. Sorry, I was looking down because I thought I received a text message and just jumped right off the cliff. And unfortunately, no, I didn't. I hadn't actually received a text message, so I plunged to my doom for nothing.
Demon quickly.
Yeah, so the new Pride Demon design, I can't really say if I like it or not. Because on the one hand, it's a good design on its own. Like, make no mistake of that. But I also can't pretend that I feel the original design was iconic for the franchise, you know? And I get that the idea is that, especially with Solus messing with the Veil, it makes sense that the demons could evolve and change their appearance.
Let's get to Solus.
It's because, like, I really think the face of the new Pride Demon's face is creepy. It's a great design. It's just I don't know if I like it better. I do kind of like the movement they can do by not having legs and being more of a wisp, but it now does make it look more like all the other shades and spirits, you know?
All right. I'll take it from here.
Are you sure?
Positive. You three just keep the demons off me while I talk to him.
Varric, Solus isn't gonna stop just because an old friend asks nicely.
Solus needs someone to sell him another option, to help him justify changing his mind.
I mean, I don't disagree with Varric. Again, especially since I know how the game pans out. But, yeah, I do also... Anyway.
We've got you back. If anyone can get through to him, you can.
Thanks, Rook. Whatever else he is, he's my friend. And if he won't listen to me, then he'll hear from Bianca.
More demons!
Take care of the team for me. Hey, Chuckles. Hope I'm not interrupting.
Hey, sexy. I mean, so far, like, every character. We've got Neb, we've got Harding, Varric, and Solus. You know, just saying hey, sexy probably covers, like, everyone so far.
I hope Varric is getting to the Solus.
Let it move fast. We can't hold these demons off forever.
Oh, sure we can.
The veil is a wound inflicted upon this world. It must be healed.
By drowning the world in demons?
I have taken precautions to minimize the damage, Varric.
Minimize the... People are dying right now. You need to listen. Please.
Poor Bianca.
People are always dying. It is what they do.
Shit. We need a better plan.
Do you want me to take the shot?
Won't work. He's too powerful.
What if we disrupt the ritual?
How?
See those statues? If we break the scaffolding holding that one up, the whole thing will come down on Solus.
It's risky. Interrupting a ritual of this scale will have consequences.
And what about the demons? Varric needs us to hold them off.
Right, you two stay here. I'll bring down the statue.
What? No. Stepping into all that raw magic is suicide.
The storm could tear you apart.
Anyone got a better idea?
Fine, but you'll need backup. I'm with you.
I'm a mage. I'll go.
Either way, someone needs to stay back and deal with the demons.
I fucking love you, Harding, but again, because I'm not romancing her, I might romance Nev. I want the points with Nev.
Let's go, Nev. Harding, keep the demons busy.
Good luck.
And again, knowing more about Solus Like, now that I've actually beaten this game, that line, people are always dying, it's what they do. It has a lot more weight to it. Just really now knowing Solus's history and his, you know, backstory. Because again, I still like Solus despite everything that he does. I'm not saying I think he's likable.
Down the veil, knowing all the lives it'll cost.
We shared a journey years ago. Do you believe that I would do this if there was some other better option?
The pillar's weak, but it isn't falling. We need to push it. Right. Together. Now!
You came a long way and made a valiant effort, Varric, but this story does not end with my downfall.
Push! Varric! Oh no, no, no! Nev!
And Rook died. Game over. I got the bad ending. Okay, let's move on to the next game. Dragon Age. The Veilguard. Yeah, so I want to be clear. I like Solus.
You have no idea what you have done.
But he isn't a character that can be forgiven, in my opinion. And him stabbing Varric there is a big reason for that. I mean, there's plenty of other reasons, but there is a difference, because I do like his redemption arc that he gets in this game.
I was not destroying
But
the world.
let's not confuse redemption and forgiveness, because they are different things.
When you disrupted my ritual, the magical energies pulled me here, into the Fade.
Okay, so that's why you're here. But why am I here?
Your physical body is unconscious, but you shed a few drops of blood at the ritual site. Enough for a tenuous connection.
Blood magic?
Firstly, I abhor the use of blood magic. Secondly, had I the power to control you, I would already have used it.
So, I think that's a little bit of an inconsistent writing with Solus, because in the last game when blood magic's brought up, he basically says magic is magic. But now he's like, I abhor blood magic. It's like, so what is it?
Alright, you brought me here to talk. What are we talking about?
The Evanurus, or as you would call them, the Elven Gods. The creatures that escaped. In ancient times, they ruled the elves, but that was not enough. They sought not just to be obeyed, but to be worshipped. When I rebelled, they drew on the horrific magic of the Blight, corrupting all they saw until I trapped them. Thanks to you, though, I am now trapped, and the blighted elven gods walk free.
Right, you were innocently doing nothing when we came along.
The prison in which I had trapped them had begun to crumble. I was moving them to another.
So you weren't tearing down the veil and drowning the world in demons and wild magic?
I had a plan.
Varric always said you'd have a big explanation for why none of this was your fault.
Varric?
Yeah, he said that's your style. Never quite lies, clever half-truths that let you convince yourself you're doing the right thing. He
Yeah,
tried to talk
no,
to you
I
anyway,
agree.
and now he's
And again,
hurt
I'm someone who
Varric.
likes Solus, but I don't disagree.
Quite practiced at shading the truth himself.
So those things that got out, you said they were gods?
They said they were gods. Blighted, tyrannical, sadistic gods. It took all my power to imprison them millennia ago, but I am certain you will be fine.
That's really helpful. What are you, the elven god of sarcasm?
Lies, treachery, and rebellion, depending upon the story. And how could I help? I do not have my ritual dagger. I cannot access my network of mirrors to travel from the lighthouse to anywhere in the world. All I can offer is what I know.
Helpful advice from the elven god of, and I am quoting you here, lies, treachery, and rebellion.
Depending on the story. Elganan and Gillenane are your problem to solve. This is your responsibility now.
Now, I do actually like this connection between Solus and Rook as a plot narrative. Oh yeah, so my casual... One thing that's kind of I like about this game is that your casual clothes that you wear around the lighthouse, which is where we are, by the way, is based on your faction.
Varric, you're okay. But I saw Solus stab you. You fell.
Trust me, kid. I've had worse. It'd take more than a flesh wound to stop me. Don't think I'll be making it out to the field anytime soon, though.
What happened?
I did my best to talk sense into Solus, but of course, he wasn't listening. He never does.
The plan did go a little wrong.
Yeah. Harding got everyone out. By the skin of her teeth, mostly. Before you start worrying, Ned will be fine. She's apparently a lot tougher than both of us put together. Or, at least, she's a lot tougher than me.
I should have come up with a better plan. I should have...
You worked with what you had. And you succeeded, by the way. World isn't drowning in demons.
Yeah, it's technically
It
true.
isn't over, though. We trapped Solus in the Fade, but something else got out. Something...
Rook, you've got this. I've seen your work.
And this kind of is like the one drawback with Rook, is that, again, Varric talks about, like, our history, but because Rook's a brand new character, we've never seen their history.
Adaptable. And you don't know when to quit.
Rook, look who's awake. I've been searching the place for Lyrian potions. Didn't mean to intrude.
Not at all. I was just about to have a look around.
Oh, be careful if you go outside, Rook. It is a long way down. The Illuvian led us into something, and it's in the Fade. Because that's what we needed. The dream world.
Then I really need to look around.
Can't hurt, in theory. And we need to talk about our next move. Maybe find Harding? She went outside somewhere. There's a table in the central area here. I'll meet you both there.
Go ahead, Rook. Me, I need to sleep. See you later, kid.
I do also, again, I'm sad Varric isn't a playable character in this game like he was in the previous, but I am very grateful that Harding is here and Harding is playable. because there are not enough playable dwarfs in, or yeah, playable dwarfs, companion dwarfs, whatever you want to call it. I believe this is how I can mess with my appearance. Yeah, I don't really feel inclined to change my appearance. I'm quite happy with it. Yeah, let's save. There we go. Okay, yeah, I don't think I've got map. Actually, let me talk to Nev real quick. Actually, I can't talk to Nev real quick. I do like our headquarters in this game, and I do think I like it a lot better than Skyhold. And don't get me wrong, I like Skyhold, but it's the same problem I had with the Monastery and Fire Emblem Three Houses, in that it was really cool, and it was cool to be able to run around the whole thing, but it made checking in on everybody in between missions just kind of bloated. So I appreciate that this area is still big and impressive, but it's comparatively a lot smaller.
And we're
than
this is where
Skyhold.
people come when they dream, but dwarves don't dream. And somehow we're here.
Yeah, it's unreal. Nev thought we should talk about what to do next.
We should. But maybe look around a little. We might be here a while.
Makes sense, especially since Lucanus, who is a crow, is also like a dual-wielding sword user. Yeah, so that looks purely like bow techniques. And knowing me, I'm probably going to use sword techniques more. So I think I am going to go more into that direction. Actually, hold on. No, I don't want a refund. I want... Is there any way I can map it to... Maybe not here.
Wisps. Figures are in the fate, but I swear they're following me.
You alright?
Strange place you've fallen into, but I'll work with it. You know me.
Do I?
I know Varric wanted you for the job. You know the same about me.
I made a call that got you injured right after we met.
I'll be fine. You trusted me for the job, and I delivered. That's what counts. If we're stuck in this, let's hope you can trust me again.
Alright. But I still wish we had a smoother start.
So much for first impressions.
Here's hoping I'm better on the second.
Well, you're not bad so far.
You take a lot of notes. What about?
Lately, what we know, or knew, before Solus changed the game.
And it's...
Not much. I'm sure Lace would hate to hear that, but one step at a time.
That's right. Harding's first name's Lace.
Okay, so step 1 is figure out what we're chasing.
Right. And the 20 other questions that need answers...
That's step 2?
I can see why Varric brought you on.
We've just got to start somewhere.
One thing I can kind of appreciate about this game, and it's sort of going back to the Dragon Age 2 approach, is that if you don't have like an actual scene to play out or anything like that, you can't really talk to your companions. Now, on the one hand, you could argue that's a little annoying because maybe you just wanted to do some, you know, casual flirting with your partner like in the first game. Or I think you could maybe do it in the third game, but I digress. On the other hand, it's very it's, you know, it's not as time consuming. So, yeah, I can understand why some people might not like it. I do think I prefer them doing it this way. So, I'm not going to complain. Yeah. You know, I will say from a color standpoint, I definitely do prefer the Grey Warden's casual clothes to the Veil Jumpers, but design-wise, I preferred the Veil Jumpers' casual attire.
It wasn't supposed to go this way. What do we do now? What do we do?
Oh, it's going to be so hard not to romance you, Harding.
Harding?
Oh, hey, Rook. How's it going?
Did you ever find places like this chasing Solus with Varric?
Not exactly. But with Solus, it was always about the Fade, or the Veil, or some other in-between place. Varric always hated it, though.
Yeah.
At least this place feels different. Maybe... safer?
Harding, are you doing alright?
I don't know. Are you? Is anyone? Anyway, doesn't matter how I'm doing. What are we gonna do about this mess? We were going to go back through the Alluvion, right? Let's start with that. As soon as we can.
You know you can take some time to just...
Now you sound like Varric. Varric and I started this. And I can't stop. Not now. Don't ask me to. So, come get me when you're ready to go. All right?
I see ghosts and specters gather round me. Yeah, no, I know I flip-flop back and forth in my initial playthrough between whether or not I wanted to romance Harding or Nev, but I can very safely say it's like, no, Harding is the one who melts my heart in this game. I mean, don't get me wrong, Nev absolutely does it for me too, but yeah. Okay, I might not be able to change my attire until after I leave and come back here. Okay,
So,
huddle time.
we stopped the ritual.
And Varric paid the price.
Hey, Varric made his choice to go talk with Solus. He knew the risks, we all did.
And now Solus is gone. And we're here. Wherever here is. Besides in the Fade.
Solus called it the Lighthouse.
He did? When?
While I was out cold. He showed up in my dream, and he's really mad that we stopped his ritual.
Good.
He's also trapped in some kind of prison in the Fade. Not happy about that either.
You're sure that wasn't just a dream? It's a reasonable reaction.
Except that dwarves don't dream, remember? We can't. The Fade is the world of dreams, and we're not connected to it.
It was weird. I was standing in a place that I knew couldn't be real. None of it made sense.
Okay,
You're lucky it was
right,
just
just
weird.
right off the bat,
Solus
my
can
decision to
kill
play a
people in
dwarf is
dreams.
paying off with some unique
I'm
dialogue.
safe on that front. I bled a little when I got knocked out. Enough that he can gripe at me, but not enough that he can make my head explode.
So Solus is using blood magic, like any normal mage would to play with your mind.
But he's not a normal mage, like I told you. He's an elven god.
Putting together a nice ritual doesn't make him a god.
Also fair. Because, yeah, so one downside, I've mentioned this, but I do want to reiterate that I have with this game is the simple fact that not all species are created equally when it comes to, like, roleplay and whatnot. And because Abby played as a Kunari when she played through Veilguard, and I played through as an elf, and I got way more unique dialogue options as an elf than Abby did. That's why I knew when I got to this game, I really wanted to be a dwarf, because I knew that there would be even more interesting dialogue choices as a dwarf.
We all know he's not a god, but it's faster than saying ancient elven mage every time we talk about him.
All right, well, we've stopped the ritual, and there doesn't seem to be an immediate danger. For now. You're certain Solus can't use blood magic to affect your mind?
I'm not certain of anything, but we're not out of danger.
What do you mean?
Solus had 2 of the other elven gods imprisoned. When he got trapped, they escaped.
So those things we saw come out of the Fade when the ritual went wild, those are...
Elganon and Gillinane, 2 of the ancient elven gods that Solus rebelled against. Solus warned me about them being evil, which is pretty rich coming from the guy who just tried to tear down the veil.
You don't believe him?
No, that's the problem. I do believe him. He said they were horrific tyrants.
Tyrants so powerful, elven history remembers them as gods.
Solus says Elganon and Gillinane drew on the Blight for power and became corrupted. That was when he imprisoned them.
So instead of one god running around, we have 2. And they're not just powerful, they're blighted.
We need to get out there and stop them.
Just like that. We're down a man without Varric. We can't just rush in.
I know you're hurt, Nev, but the rest of us need to do something.
I'll be ready to fight when it's time, but we need to investigate, then figure out what we're dealing with.
And how many more people will get hurt, get killed, while we spend time investigating?
We can technically do both. But I've got to take some.
Elganon and Gillinane are worse than Solus. We can't go in blind. We need to know what they can do and what they want.
Again,
But we
I
only
feel
have
that some of
Solus's
us can
word about
investigate
all of
and
this.
some of us
Then
can
let's
do
go
something. I
investigate
don't
for
know.
ourselves. We find out what we're dealing
I mean,
with.
we're technically
and
going to go in and do
then
something.
we take our shot.
Fine. The Illuvian led us here instead of back to Minrathous.
Let's hope it goes back to the ritual site. Maybe we can find some clues at the scene of the crime.
Nev, are you okay to go?
It's a headache. I've worked with worse.
All right then. Let's get back to the ritual site.
The Illuvian has its own special room. It's just down the stairs.
Okay. Do I have access to the wardrobe yet? Oh, wait. There's a wardrobe in the... Okay, there's a wardrobe where Varric, in the room Varric was in. I missed that. Because I'm a petty bitch, I kind of want to see what I can change. Oh, this is a wardrobe. Okay. So one thing I do really like about this game is that you do have the ability to change just the design of your weapons. It's like, yeah, you can still, you know, change, like you have the blah 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 blah. You absolutely still get to get new weapons and whatnot, so it's not all purely aesthetic, but it's like, oh, I like the design of a certain sword or bow or staff or whatever better than what the current one I have equipped. You can go in and just set your physical appearance to something else. Okay, I'm actually going to stick with my default armor for now, just because I kind of want to just sort of see how things play out in the early game. And yeah, this is just affects how yeah, okay. Don't get me wrong, I'm absolutely going to change other things later, but at least early in the game, I do kind of want to wear my normal stuff just because I feel that being too extravagant early on, I think looks a little strange. I don't know. Maybe I'm probably being weird, but I digress. That's just kind of how I feel right now. Okay, maybe the others don't get multiple weapons. No. Snake's eye looks better. Now, I am a little sad that this game doesn't have the options of changing your companion's equipment. But I do appreciate that, unlike, say, Dragon Age 2, which is the other game that didn't let you change your partner's equipment, you can at the very least change their appearance. Like, you get armors to unlock that they can wear instead. And I like that. And yes, I know, it's like, but Mass Effect, you couldn't do that. I'm like, yes, but Mass Effect was a different type of game than this, so it's not a complete one-to-one comparison.
For all we know, there's a dozen demons waiting on the other side of that Illuvian.
If it even takes us back to Arlithin.
Nev, you sure you're up for this?
Don't worry about me.
Shall we?
Let's do this.
Hey, Rook, you might want to have your weapon out just in
It's
case.
quiet. Well, isn't that a surprise?
There's the ritual site. But if the gods really did get out, they're not here anymore.
Right, let's take a look around and see if we can find it.
So yeah. One thing that I remember that was really fucking stupid. So this game, people lost their shit about this game for all the stupidest of reasons. Specifically, why are there black and Asian elves? Like, because it's fantasy, who gives a shit?
It's not working! I can't contain it!
Strife? Irlin? It's me, Elise Harding.
Harding? What are you doing back in Arlington?
It's complicated.
I can see that.
Rook, Nev, this is Strife and Irlin. Varric and I met them when we first started hunting down Solus. They're veil jumpers, experts in ancient elven magic.
Hardly experts. I should have been able to shut that artifact down. I'm sorry, Tarith.
It's not your fault. Since the sky ripped open, the magic's been surging. Bunch of artifacts that had been dormant for centuries started coming alive. This is because of Finn Harel's, Solus's ritual.
And yeah, this is something else I like.
You all were supposed to
Is,
stop
again, in my personal playthrough, I played a Veil Jumper. So when I met up with them, we did, I think they actually had there was different dialogue. And I think actually Strife in particular doesn't care for Rook for, like, they have personal beef. But because I'm not a Veil Jumper, that's...
We did stop him. The sky's not pulling itself apart anymore, is it?
But
But it didn't go as cleanly as we hoped. Solus got pulled into the Fade and two somethings got pulled out. Or someones, I mean. Two of the evil elven gods, Elganon and Gillinane.
Mathalanast.
the elven gods of old, the Evan-Eurus.
If they truly have returned.
Then things just got a whole
I really like
lot
Irilith's
worse.
design. I kind of, it's a shame she's not a companion, but
I was really hoping the Dreadwolf was lying to us about all of this.
He's the god of lies. But some things are sacrosanct, even to him. He might be a bastard, but he's a damn sight better than the Evan-Eurus.
There's a reason Solus led a rebellion against the Evan-Eurus, and a reason he imprisoned them.
But now they've escaped.
Tareth is in bad shape. We need to get him back to the camp.
We've still got dozens of veil jumpers unaccounted for.
How can we help?
We need to find Belara Luthe. She's the best there is at working with our ancient artifacts.
And also at blowing them up.
She was off looking for another artifact before this ritual shook everything loose. If anyone can get a handle on all this wild magic and the artifacts it's setting off, it'll be her.
Right. You get your friend back to your camp and... we'll find Belara.
Nev, I need you to stay with Strife and Eolin, alright?
I'm fine.
You're the best detective in Minrathous. You can help the Veil Jumpers here. If trouble shows up, they could use your skills.
Fair enough.
We'll meet you back at the Veil Jumper camp. It's just south of here.
Belara's out near some elven ruins to the west. At least she was.
now
3 days
Belara
ago.
is a
I'd start your
character. I
search
believe
there.
I've mentioned
Good luck,
this
Luke.
in past Dragon Age streams,
Thank you.
but I am like 90% positive at some point during the storyboard phase or whatever, or like the early writing stage, I'm pretty sure Belara was supposed to be Meryl. Because in many respects, there's similarities between them. Like, Belara is like the expert with the Alluvians and the ancient elven stuff, and that was what Meryl's story arc was all about, was restoring the
Strange about this
Illuvians.
fog.
And don't get me wrong, I like Bellara fine.
Everything shifted
Like,
a
I
little
really
bit.
do. Like, I am not trying to knock Bellara as a character, but I can't... But I also can't deny how much I really would have liked Bellara to be Meryl, because it would have been nice to see you know, Meryl come back and have her story paid off a bit more, you know? But that's just not the timeline that we're in. And again, that's fine. That's fine. I really want to stress I do not dislike Bellara. I just in a similar way that I feel Rook.
Is that suit of armor
Like the scenes between Varric and Rook don't hit as hard as they could have if Rook was if Rook was Hawk or the Inquisitor, because we never really get to see Rook.
Gotcha.
We never really get to see Rook or
people? Where'd you come from?
Bellara? Bellara Luther.
we never really get to see Rook and Varric interact outside that opening scene.
Exactly.
Call me Rook.
Lace Harding.
Protocol is to wait a full week before they send anyone out to look for me. I've only been gone 3 days.
Well, the
I
situation
will definitely say
for the worse.
Bellara does have a better
Elven
personality
gods,
because
Elganon
she's a
and Gillinan have
little
escaped
less
Fen'Harel's prison.
damsel in
And it
distress and
seems
more
like they
bubbly
want to destroy
curious,
the
but it
world.
also would have been nice to see Meryl develop down this
Yes,
road, you know?
that is very much for the worse. Okay, wait. I need a second.
It's a lot to take in.
It does sort of explain a few things, though.
Like what?
The surge of raw magic in the area. These artifacts started waking up a while ago, but in fits and starts. One here, a couple there. Then, a couple of days ago, the sky split open. And now, raw magic. Thick as fog. Only a god, or gods, could have done that. There's something kind of exciting about it. And dangerous. Really dangerous. Dangerous enough that I was gonna head back to the Veil Jumper camp, but...
But what?
See that shimmer? That's a veil bubble. It's separating us from the rest of the real world, so to speak. You can only pass through it one way. Once you're in, you can't get out.
Think I prefer to stay in one piece, yeah.
Right, me too. But I think I can find a way out. A bubble like that? There has to be something at the center that's generating it. Something powerful. If we can find it and remove it safely, I mean, the bubble itself should collapse.
And then we're back in reality?
I really hope so.
Well then, let's get going.
Because like I said, I really do think Bellara's personality is a little better as a whole, because I like her inquisitive enthusiasm rather than just the meek, bordering on helplessness that Meryl had. But I also, like I said, it would have been interesting to see Meryl again after 10 years in game, if not more than that. And just to see her, you know, grow and become more independent, you know. Because I 100% believe Meryl, in all this time being away from the Dalish, could have, and probably even would have, developed a personality similar to Bellara's. Maybe a bit more reserved because of the Keeper dying, but still.
Threats like us, I'm guessing.
Okay, one thing I do actually also really like about being a rogue versus a mage is that when I was a mage, being a mage, quote unquote, blah, 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 I had to actively swap between my two combat styles, meaning I only ever had either my dagger or my staff visible on my body sheath, but because I have a sword and a bow, or sword, you know, I've got blades and bows, I like the fact that both things are visible on my character model at all times. Now, I think with the warriors, they didn't have both weapons visible at any given time, because again, it was, if I remember correctly, it was two-handed weapons and sword and shield. Man, I miss being able to push on the right stick to get the radar.
We call that kind the whirlpool. The anomaly, I mean. Never seen one this size, though.
Demons! Right where we need to go. Oh,
Then let's deal with them quick.
So what is this artifact we're looking for, exactly?
I have a couple of theories, but nothing definite. We might find some clues in the ruins, though.
usually see elven ruins that haven't been picked over?
Not many people come this far into Arlathan. Just veil jumpers, mostly.
And people trying to save the world, apparently.
Yeah, I do also have some, again, it's very Mass Effect, not Dragon Age. Again, this game very much was
this place?
going the Mass Effect route in that
But judging by the
you
sentries,
don't get armor pieces, you get just a whole
Wow.
set of armor.
I've never
Because
seen anything like this.
I liked that Dragon Age, you know, you had your helmet, your body, your boots, and your gloves.
can't be.
So you could get like a wide variety of stuff, but yeah. In this, you just get one suit of armor and then a head and then helmets, and that's it.
It almost feels like an armory, or something like that.
What's an armory doing this far out?
Warlords. Ancient elves had a lot of them.
But yeah, like I said, I like the Veil Jumper aesthetic in terms of like the design and the line work and the way the robes fall. I just don't like the colors as much. Again, nothing against that nothing against kind of these oranges and
Are we just supposed to jump across?
browns or whatever, but I do feel as a whole
Got it. Bring it over here and slot it in.
it's just not as interesting to look at compared to like the Grey Warden blue, the Black Dragons, and darker colors. I think like kind of blackish red, maybe a little green. And Teven Crow's is also black, but I think you got some purple splashed in there.
Doing that will attract anything nasty that's hanging around.
We're ready.
Excuse me. Okay, so one other change that this game has compared to, how do I put this? In the every other game of Dragon Age, every character was a different class. Like, you picked Rogue, Fighter, or Mage, and all of your characters in your party were also a Rogue, Fighter, and a Mage. And usually only the Rogue had like some overworld abilities, like with the lockpicking and whatnot, but then in Inquisition, they all had different things you can do. Mages could create pathways, rogues could still pick locks, and then fighters could kick down doors. Well, this game, the characters do still kind of slot into the different classes, sort of. Instead, what you have is that now every character in the game has something that they uniquely can interact with. But because the game doesn't want you to, and you'll see this later, penalize you for not having like the right members in your party, basically you can use a magic item that I don't have yet to. Basically, it's like, okay, this character's not in my party, but I'll use this magic item to channel their energy or something like that. I have mixed feelings on it. Because on the one hand, it is nice to know that you'll never be without what you need to explore. Because that was a big gripe I had about Dragon Age 2 in particular, about if you didn't play as a rogue. Because there are several chests you just cannot open in the prologue, because none of the characters in your party are rogues. But even then, I don't recommend playing a rogue in Dragon Age 2, because there are too many rogues in Dragon Age 2 down the road. Like, if you include Talus, there are 4 rogues, but there's only like 2 of every other class. Unless, of course, you have Carver, then there are 3 fighters, or you have Bethany, and there are 3 mages. Plus you yourself, so whatever you end up being. So I just, as a whole, I don't like playing a rogue in the second game. Because again, there are too many rogues. And since, like, you have to have Varric in the deep rogue, because I usually prefer only having 1 rogue in the party.
Even mages have trouble with the artifacts here. They expect them to work like, normal magic.
and then 2 fighters or 2 mages, kind of depending on what I'm feeling more at the time. But because there are several points in the second game where you have to use Varric in the Deep Roads expedition, and you have to have Talus in your party if you do the Mark of the Assassin DLC. So, anyway. But yeah, so I like the fact that you're now not blocked out from getting stuff in this game by that function. The trade-off is the characters largely have lost a lot of what makes them unique, in my humble opinion. Because this game brought back track... Let's see, can I actually show you? Let me just save again. Because if I can show you, I want to real quick. Not edit, just save. Okay, I can't do it just yet. But basically, individual character, like the individual slider meters for character approval have returned from Dragon Age 1 and 2. However, they are a little more about what you need to do to get them up. So like in my personal playthrough, I ended up having like Lucanus, Bellara, and Tosh in my party most of the time, or maybe it was Davrit, one of them, because just the way I was playing, they were the ones I was gaining less favor with naturally compared to the other characters. So it's like, even though I was romancing Harding, I didn't use her a ton because her affection was just naturally going up just through playing the game. So, but again, I guess what I'm trying to get at, but I was just doing a very bad job of it, is there doesn't feel like there's as much effort you need to put into your party makeup. Because it's now not like, okay, I need to make sure I have, you know, a rogue, a mage. It's like, no, I don't really need to for sure have one of any of the classes, if you know what I mean. I mean, hell, Bellara is a mage. Like, that is inarguably the case, but her weapon is more like a bow. Now, for the record, I actually kind of think that's cool that they've got a little more variety in the characters and what weapons they can use. Like, I'm not denying that I don't necessarily... I'm not trying to say that I think this is necessarily a bad thing. I like that this game kind of blurs the line between what your characters are. Like, it's kind of how I liked how in the first Mass Effect game, everyone is clearly a class of some kind, but then from the second game going onward, everyone didn't necessarily neatly fall into stuff that you as a player could be. But it did ultimately, in some ways, run the risk of stripping some individuality from the characters. No. What was I... No, I don't remember. I got something, but I don't remember what. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I legit don't know. I don't know what I want. I like both systems fine. There are pros and cons to both. I do know I would prefer if they had left it so that it was still a party of 4. And I would have preferred being able to swap control of my characters like in the last 3 games. That is the only thing I can say definitively I wish they hadn't changed from the last game. Some of the other features, it's like, yeah, they've got problems, but it's not necessarily a deal breaker. Okay, yeah, and also all the Darkspawn have received updates in this game. But given the narrative of the game, unlike the demons, this does not bother me. In fact, if anything, I actually really like that the Darkspawn can change their appearance with time. You know, it's not. I guess what I'm saying is, it's not like the appearance swaps that were in, say, from Dragon Age 1 to Dragon Age 2, that they all just now look a little different because it was a new art direction or whatever.
Here.
There's actually arguably like an in-story reason for why they kind of changed appearance, and I like it. There is one thing I can definitively say about this game. Even though it doesn't neatly wrap up the series, or even wrap up the Elven story, because for those who don't know, basically, they basically started this game over from scratch. Like, the game was in development, but because of the way EA/BioWare handles things so poorly, and because EA never gave a shit about Dragon Age compared to, like, Mass Effect, what happened was that one team at the company was developing Mass Effect Andromeda, while the others were working on Dragon Age and Anthem. Well, when Mass Effect Andromeda was struggling, they basically pulled all the teams off Anthem and Dragon Age and forced them to work on Mass Effect Andromeda. And then...
Get ready. Once I shut it down, the path ahead will remain blocked until the magic dissipates.
And then once Mass Effect was done, people returned to their work. But then when Anthem started having issues, they pulled everyone off to work. They pulled people off Dragon Age to work on Anthem. And I've never played Anthem, so I can't comment if it's good or not. But I have not heard good things about Anthem. So this game just kept getting delayed and delayed due to just bad management and people being pulled off the project. And then eventually, like, all the writing staff who worked on the first 3 Dragon Age games either quit or were fired from BioWare. So the people who finished this game were not the original visionaries of Dragon Age, which did kind of result in, you know, someone else having to finish someone else's vision. But because they threw out everything that they had with the game and started from scratch, whatever the game was actually originally supposed to be didn't happen. Like, I don't know what the developer's original vision was supposed to be for this game. I just do know this game is not what it was going to be. Does that mean I hate this game? No. Honestly, I'd say the story is probably the best part of this game. It's like, I have complaints, and sure, knowing what I know about how the story was not quite what it was supposed to be does kind of stink, but it doesn't ruin the experience by any means.
I've never seen Darkspawn this deep into Arlington Forest before. As far as I know, it's never happened.
If the gods are blighted, like Solus claims, maybe
the other problem I do know I have with Dragon Age versus Mass Effect is because of the multiple characters. Because, like, take Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. Because you played as Shepard in all 3 games, it was easier to bring back old characters or bring back old characters that you may or may not have romanced. Oh, shit. Due to the fact that it was still one character, you didn't have to, like, reestablish, like, reintroduce in a sense. And besides the suicide mission, there weren't as many instances of characters could die like there were in Dragon Age.
More Darkspawn, right where you broke that wall.
So it is a lot easier to bring back old player characters from old games, because that is, in my opinion, the biggest beef I have with Dragon Age as a series, is that there really aren't returning characters for the most part. Because I would love to see Fenris again. Like, that's just, I want to see Fenris. I want to see Meryl again. I want to see all these old characters that I truly grew to love, especially from Dragon Age 2, since Dragon Age 2 is my absolute favorite Dragon Age game. But because so many of them could die, I understand why that just is never going to happen, because they wrote themselves in a corner by having, because, like, for those who don't know, Liliana, it's very hard to do. Like, a very specific condition has to be met but you can kill Liliana in the first game. Like I said, that's hard to do. You have to fill, like, very specific circumstances have to be met in order to create a situation where you have to kill Liliana. And even then, if you harden Liliana, that also can prevent her from dying.
Should be the last one.
But they're like, crap, some players may have killed her, but we want her to come back because we have story roles that she's going to fulfill. But because at least with something like Mass Effect, they did a better job of taking into account the whole characters can die, like what they did with Rex in the first Mass Effect. Well, just a little bit, because yeah, you can kill Rex in Mass Effect 1. But they went out of their way to account for, it's like, okay, his role will now be filled by his brother Reeve instead. But they also put the time and effort into being like, okay, Reeve does not have the same love and respect for Shepard that Rex does, so how does that change how the game plays out? Like, it's done so well. But Dragon Age just never had a chance to get that TLC. I mean, I even know that some developers from BioWare expressed a desire to make a Dragon Age remastered edition, kind of like, or Dragon Age Legendary Edition, the same way Mass Effect got one. And I don't know, remember if it was BioWare or EA or both, but they basically said no, because they don't care about Dragon Age the same way that they care about Mass Effect. And as someone who adores Mass Effect, like, I prefer Mass Effect to Dragon Age. I love Dragon Age, and I played Dragon Age before I played Mass Effect, so it's not a simple matter of, oh, well, I played Mass Effect first, so it's the BioWare series. I mean, hell, Dragon Age 2 was the first game I ever played from BioWare, because I never played any of their D&D games. Like, I never played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, which, for the record, I actually do own the definitive or remasters of Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. I do need to play those, and I do plan on taking Edgelord through them as well. Never played Neverwinter Nights. Oh, wait, no. No, and I didn't play the first KOTOR until after I played the first Dragon Age game, or the first two Dragon Age games, so.
That building's what I think it is. Then the alignment means.
And I still have never really played through KOTOR 2. I want to. It is on my bucket list. It's just the version I played on my PC glitched out. Okay, hold on, no. And I couldn't get out of the tutorial area. So that's why I never really got very far in KOTOR 2.
What does that mean?
I don't know, actually. The notes were never very clear on that.
Oh, and then one other thing I do kind of like about this game is that it gives you choices throughout the game that do affect your characters. Oh, no, that is up. Because, like, Nev being hurt and having to stay behind with the veil jumpers and whatnot, like, Nev will have a scar for the rest of the game. But if I had brought Harding with me at the start of the game, then Harding would have been the one who was injured, and she would have to stay behind. Trade-off is that I would have gotten less approval, like, because the reason why it's like, yes, I'm not considering romancing Harding in this playthrough, but I wanted that approval from Nev. And there are several choices like that throughout the game that just based on your choice, it does have lasting consequences on the characters. It's like, yeah, you pick, like, whichever you choose, whether it's Nev or Harding, one will have a scar for the rest of the game. There's a choice later in the game between, like a city that, like, you need to save two cities and you pick which one to go to first. That has lasting consequences. You need to then pick who leads a side expedition. They actually do, like, suicide, like the suicide mission for Mass Effect 2 type choices in the climax.
Looks like this door is going to
yeah, they all have different effects, and I like that a lot, because that was one of Mass Effect 2's better features, was the suicide mission. Granted, obviously, you know, there was a clear right way and a wrong way to do the suicide mission, and I mean, to be fair, if you used common sense for the most part, it was easy to do without issue, but still, the fact that there are options for that are appreciated. Okay, this is something that in some ways I think I would hate, but, and it can be kind of annoying, but like in terms of lore, I do kind of like the fact that the blight, we get these kind of like blight nodes, for lack of a better word. Because like that red glowing, these tuber things are like physical representations of the blight. Okay. Okay. Because, like, again, for those who are unaware, we won't get a complete explanation for what the blight's deal. Oh, what the blight's deal is in this game, and it's actually, again, I don't know if this is what was always the intention, but I think it's pretty satisfying what we get. You know, another character I do, but kind of going back to something that I got sidetracked on, didn't finish. I really do wish there was more returning characters. Like, I really would have loved if, shoot, what's his name? The dwarf, the enchantment dwarf. What's his name? I love him to death, but I'm blanking on his name. Or if the dwarf who studied magic in the last game, I'm forgetting her name too, came back. Especially since we find out why dwarves don't have magic in this world. And, I mean, we kind of, in the Deep Roads DLC in the last game, we learned about, like, one of the dwarves got magic after we interacted with the Titans. So it would have been cool if she was in the game, just so we could kind of see her reaction to everything, if you know what I mean. But at the same time, oh well. Not the end of the world. Because, like, there are, I think, 4 returning characters that I can think of. The Inquisitor shows up in this game. Isabella shows up in this game. Dorian shows up in this game. And Morgan shows up in this game. And I think that's it. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think I am.
Here it is. The Nodus Thalin.
So we take it and we're good, right? We can head back?
Oh, I wish. No, it's a lot trickier than that.
Right. Because darkspawn, demons, and animated suits of armor aren't tricky enough.
Okay, I will admit, now that, because, like, when I was first playing this game, I was a little salty about, again, Bellara not being Meryl. But now that I'm kind of looking past that, I'm like, okay, that's not important. Let's just take in Bellara as a character. I'm enjoying her a lot more.
Nothing's ever easy, is it? So what makes this tricky?
If I remove the artifact the way I'd usually do it, it'll explode and take out half of Arlathan with it. Good news is, I think I can shunt the energy somewhere else. Okay, here we go. The way the magic is pulsing, I've never seen this before. It's almost like it's breathing.
Okay, and here's the new ogre's design. I don't mind it. I don't know if I prefer, like, again, the Darkspawn designs for me, I do largely think are improvements, as well as the fact, or even if they're not improvements, they they don't bother me as much because, again, I feel like there's more of an in-universe reason for the changes, since I don't think this is too much of a spoiler, since we've already been told that the Evanuris use the Blight. So I always took it that the reason why the Darkspawn... I mean, I don't know if this is confirmed or if this is just my headcanon. So for that reason, I'm just going to say it. I believe that because the Evanuris have returned, it's allowing the Blight to change again, which is why the Darkspawn do all look different now. I have nothing to back that up. Again, this is purely headcanon. But if that is true, I don't mind the redesigns. Like I said, I don't necessarily know if I prefer these designs to the old ones. Like I said, I do kind of like how kind of sickly and gangly this is, and I also love that the horns almost look like tree roots, because I do really like the way that the Blight's depicted in this game as like gnarling, you know, roots or whatnot that just kind of looks like a vines choking a tree or something like that, or just an infection. I think it's cool and I like it. But I don't necessarily know if I actually like the design as a whole better than the classic ogre design.
To fight an ogre today. Then again, I also didn't expect to learn that my gods are rampaging around and trying to end the world. Just one of those days. Okay. Let's see. Okay. There we go. Ooh. No. That's good. I think. Oh.
What does that crystal do?
Keeps the artifact powered. Focuses the ambient magical energy. That's why these things still work, thousands of years later. Oh. No, you don't.
Sulanan, Vir Sulevanan, and Asal Dirthara.
Well then.
I am the Nadas Dirtharan.
Right. I have questions.
I am the Nadas Dirtharan. What do you...
So that's the Nardis Dathalin.
It was, or is, I mean. Crystal's broken though, needs fixing. It's kinda my thing, fixing magical stuff. Strife and Irulan will want to know about this. And the Blight, and the Darkspawn. Let me know when you're ready to head to the Veil Jumper camp.
Done and done. Alright. Well, I shouldn't say done and done. We're looting this place. Alright. Do I want... So I do want to get explosive daggers, but I may want to I'm going to go this way. I want to get closer to... here we go. Yeah, if you see there on the left, it lists approval. And as you can see, I have very little approval with Harding, and understandably so. Okay, I take it back. They don't get... what's it called? They don't get a second item. They get their, like an heirloom or whatever. Oh, interesting. Only Balara has skills to spend. Very interesting. Nope, looks like we're done here. I also will say Balara's design
Ready to go?
is probably my least I'm talking about her outfit. Like, her design on her own is great. Is probably my least favorite of all the companions.
Let's get moving.
Because on the one hand, I like that it's kind of just simple travel, if you know what I mean. But it also doesn't pop the same way that the other characters' designs do. At least with the default armor. Obviously, we can throw some different armors on, and I do think she looks more distinct, but
11 wounded, 16 on
because I mean,
bed
even
rest.
if she was wearing
Some of
something
our
more in
most
line with the other
experienced
Veil
fighters
jumpers,
are
that would
still missing.
We're running out
help.
of Veil jumpers. Whatever's going on out there, it's scary.
Jahel and Milva never reported back from Demeter's crossing.
There are 100 people living in that village, or near enough. You're back, and you're alive. Good.
Sounds like things have gotten a lot worse since we left.
Darkspawn. They're showing up all over Arlethan, attacking anyone in their path.
We've evacuated 3 daily settlements already.
We ran into Darkspawn too, near the Nodus Dirthalin.
Wait, you found the Nodus Dirthalin? The archive spirit? We could ask it about the gods. Figure out their next move.
Archive's broken. Won't tell us anything. But that doesn't matter. Any Dalish settlements we can save, we should.
So far, we've been lucky and arrived just in time. But given how fast these Darkspawn are moving, it's only a matter of time till our luck runs out.
Well, it hasn't run out yet, so let's stretch it until it breaks.
If we could predict where they'd strike next, we might get ahead of them. But so far, they've been unpredictable.
Which leaves us with what?
Demeter's crossing.
What?
Irulan and Strife. When we came in, you said you'd lost contact with Demeter's crossing. We could go check it out. The 3 of us, I mean.
4. I'm coming with you.
Nev, you were still shaky, and...
I'm coming, Harding.
I don't know what you're going to find there, Rook. Likely nothing good. But you'd be saving people, and it might get you on the trail of the gods.
Demeter's crossing's on the far side of the lake. There's a small boat at the docks. It'll take you there. Watch your back out there. And good luck.
quest complete in Entropy's grasp.
Could we really be at war with our
Okay,
own gods?
we'll need a boat to get there. Let's head to the dock.
Alright, that's a fast travel point, I'm pretty sure. Shop, if I remember correctly.
Plenty of ways to
So
spend your coin
valuables,
here.
sell all, thank you. I do kind of appreciate that this game does just tell you, like, just it has valuables and whatnot that it just takes care of for you. So you don't have to be like, shit, is this going to be used for something else? Like, no, this is literally, this thing literally only exists to be a valuable, so.
And now that we've met, do your best not to die, yeah?
We're losing 2 men in Veilguard.
Can't go back just yet. Is there? I'm pretty sure there's a way to like change my active party. At least I'm like 90% sure there is. I want to get Nev back into the party if I can.
Seems like a lot's happened around here.
What hasn't happened? This area is where Tevinter Magisters destroyed Arlethan City centuries ago. Whole lot of blood magic during the war.
What about now?
Whatever Solus did stirred up everything again. The old blood magic from the war never went away. Ancient relics appear out of thin air, ruins float. It's like an old wound that never healed. And now it's bleeding again.
That's a good analogy, actually. Also, speaking of old wounds that never healed, I just... as a kid, I grew up watching the show Metabots, which is, despite the corniness of the English dub, is still actually a really good show that really holds up. I just wouldn't watch the English dub. But I always remember that despite the bad voice acting, the English dub had one of the most badass lines I've ever heard from a character. Specifically, it was from the character Rakusho, who was my favorite character in the anime. And I've only ever actually played 2 of the Metabots games, if anyone cares. One of them is a game I actually wish I didn't... I traded it away for store credit, and now I can't even find it available online anywhere. Not the game was good, it's just it was another rare game I could have held on to and possibly sold for a lot of money. Anyway, but the character Rakusho has a very tragic backstory, but still kind of tries to mostly have an optimistic outlook on life, despite their life going to shit. Which makes me wonder if he's subtly and unconsciously inspired just edgelord personality and life philosophy. But anyway, his past gets brought up by the villains, and once he finally learns the truth about how they manipulate him into thinking that someone innocent is responsible for ruining his life, and he almost gets that person killed, only to then learn the truth. He's like, well, shit. Well, but basically he gets the strength to get up and fight again. And he says to the bad guys, again, this line has lived rent-free in my head ever since I first heard it as a small child. It's like, you just opened a wound that almost healed. Now prepare to feel the pain. Like, okay, damn. For a kid's show, specifically a bad English dub from the early 2000s of an anime for children, that's a badass line. Sorry, I keep fucking up forgetting which button pulls out my bow and arrow, because I'm so used to having to like hold like one button to actually pull the bow out before using the right trigger to shoot, because I've kind of been playing Dragon. So Dragon's Dogma was a game that has been on my radar basically since it first came out, but I never played it when it was new. But I got my hands on Dragon's Dogma 2 last year, and I started playing it, but was just always busy with other games. I know, busy, quote unquote. But I was able to get the first game digitally on my Switch for like $5. So I've been kind of playing that, and it does kind of have a similar thing. With you got to press a button to pull the bow out before you can shoot. By the way, if anyone's wondering why the stream I did last Saturday is gone, just a quick explanation. That stream was suspended by YouTube all like literally like 20 minutes before I was done streaming, due to the fact that there was so much copyrighted music in that game, and I wasn't talking enough to, you know, interrupt the audio, that some of the songs ended up playing in their entirety, mostly uninterrupted. So the video was suspended because I had copyrighted music in it. So then me and Abby kind of looked over its stats, and there was like over 15 copyright violations because of just how many pop songs are in the game, that we just decided, you know what, let's just delete the video so none of these copyright claims could be elevated to strikes. Because if it still works the same way, if a channel gets 3 copyright strikes, YouTube will just delete your channel, no questions asked, even if the strikes are bullshit. So we felt, you know what, that stream kind of sucked anyway, because I didn't really have that much to say about it because the fan service was so blatant and so okay. And I was kind of waiting to like the very end to give my actual thoughts on the game. That were like, we're not missing much if we just delete it. But one thing I will say that did surprise me is, despite how infamous that game was, and despite the fact that I had played it in when I was in college, and yeah, I looked at it as just, well, it's not actually porn. Because again, I was raised Christian, so I'm like, porn is bad, but I'm like, well, but they're not nude, and they're not, you know, engaging in adult activities, like, so I'm like, it's not porn, it's okay if I play this, even though it's like, no, I 100% was playing it just for the erotica, or the erotic element, but I, oddly enough, now when I was actually streaming it and I was focusing more on just it as a game, I'm like, oh, I actually am starting to kind of have fun. Because I could never win any of the volleyball matches when I played it in college, because again, I wasn't really paying attention to the gameplay. But I'm like, oh, I think I'm finally getting it. The controls still suck, but I think I'm finally getting it. So I did end up getting a little more out of the game. So it's like, I was not expecting to end that game with being like, oh, I actually kind of enjoyed it this time around. Not that I think it's good, and not that I don't think the game's mere existence is offensive, but like, okay, I didn't hate it as much as I thought I would, surprisingly.
You okay? What happened to you?
Keep them inside. Listen to the mayor.
I don't think
Everyone has to stay. We'll be rewarded. No, you can't leave.
Hey, can you hear me?
Just stay here, and everything will be fine.
Again, I love the gnarled root, you know, like fungal infection look that they gave the blight in this game. I know some people are like, well, that doesn't quite match up with how it was in the other game. I'm like, well, no, I'd argue that where we, like the flesh creature, the brood mother that we saw in the first game, her area looked fleshy like this. It's just, there's now the addedness of the root to it. And given that you could make the argument that's like the reason why it's taking on this more root-like form is because the Evanuris have escaped. So they're affecting the way the blight appears. So I love the way the blight is handled in this game. It looks cool. Yeah, no, just 10 out of 10, no problems. Because this truly does, like, despite the changing of the writers that happened in between 3 and 4, this does very much feel like an evolution of the threat from the very first game. And again, well, I don't necessarily feel that the...
This is Adeline. I knew her. She was a farmer. Sold spices to us. The best in Arlathan.
Like,
I can't believe this happened.
I don't know if this was the most satisfying conclusion of the series as a whole from some standpoints. But in terms of how the blight's handled, I feel that this is a nice follow-up and wrap-up to, at the very least, Dragon Age Origins. Also, I do appreciate that, like, you don't get to play through the Origins like you did in Dragon Age Origins. But I do greatly appreciate that the picking where your character came from, like the Veil Jumpers, the Grey Wardens, etc., there's a bit more to it than there was in Inquisition. Because sure, you could pick the Inquisitor's backstory, but it really did not affect any real interaction in the game itself, unless you played an elf, or like your race affected more than your backstory. But I like that this game, it gives you like the 5 or 6 origins, like, you know, Grey Warden, Veil Jumper, etc., and you do get a few more dialogue options. It's not extensive, and it definitely doesn't have the appeal that Origins had. And I want to be clear, for people who liked Dragon Age Origins because of the origin, not liking the rest of the series because it lacks that, I do feel is a valid complaint, because the origin was something that pulled people in. Personally, I don't miss its absence, because not all origins were created equally, and in some ways I kind of found myself being like, can we just get to the point?
What does the mayor want with them?
Because, like, honestly, and we'll see if I still feel this way once I'm finally done with this game, but I'm not gonna lie, I think for me, Origins might be my least favorite Dragon Age game. Like, as of right now, and again, like, I was kind of meh on this game when I first played through it. I didn't hate it, but I didn't feel it was worth 10 years waiting. But I'm hoping with this stream, now that I'm not looking at it as it's my first time through it, I waited 10 years for this game, etc., etc., I'm just going to look at it in a bubble as its own game. I'm hoping that I'm going to have a much more positive experience with it. I mean, not that I had a negative experience with it, it's just, I do feel you can't entirely look at this game just as Dragon Age 4. It's Dragon Age 4, but after we waited 10 years and the original writing team were all let go, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
That's one of your fellow Veil Jumpers. Ballora.
Jahel, he's alive.
Ballora.
We're going to help you. We'll get you down, Jahel.
No, listen. The gods have returned. I saw them. I heard their voices.
The gods did this?
A blood ritual to release the blight. And the villagers, they said they needed power. Ballora, be careful.
But yeah, as of right now, the order that I like the games is 2, 3, 4, and 1. It's like, we'll see if I end up liking this game more than Inquisition by the time I'm done playing it again. I don't think I'm ever going to like any of the Dragon Age games as much as I like 2. And that's purely because I played Rook in my first playthrough as sarcastic, like I always played Hawk. And Rook just didn't have the same appeal as Hawk did, in my opinion. Not that I dislike Rook, but...
Help me! Hurry!
Oh, come on! This is like the second quest! Why am I already fighting a dragon?
Fresh blood, a hungry heart. Creature, come to me.
That will come back later.
I know you. You're the mayor of this town.
The village. The people. Are they,
Blighted. Dead. All of them.
You gave them to the gods, didn't you? Didn't you?
They were in my head. Infecting my thoughts. They made me do it. Please, help me.
You're not going anywhere until I get the full story.
I tried to protect people. You have to believe me. The gods told me to lure the Veil Jumpers to the center of town. The others were to be rounded up and kept safe. They would be the first to witness the glory of Gilnenain's new creation. She showed me gold. So much gold.
Right. We walked right through that new creation. A lot of dead people.
Also, the gods could gain power from the Blight.
I never meant for that, I swear. You must believe me.
The gods exploited his greed and fear.
I'm supposed to feel sorry for him? I say we leave him right here.
But I'll die. The Blight. Everywhere. What if the dragon
I'm like,
comes
look, I can sympathize with the whole the gods get in your head and mess with your
They were in his
thoughts.
head. Their
But
influence
it's
might
not
linger.
like
I understand what you do. I won't be
it's not like
tempted again, I
Reaper
swear.
indoctrination where like they
You're a
really
Grey
alter your
Warden.
mind. They just
You
tempted
can
you with
come up the
gold.
Weishaupt as punishment.
We'll send him to the Wardens.
No! I'll never survive that.
We take anyone, even murderous traitors like you.
It's more than you deserve.
Because I think I only get that option because I'm a Grey
Felt
Warden.
their power. It's irresistible.
You're gonna spend the rest of your life fighting Darkspawn. That's not enough to redeem you, but it's a start.
But
be grateful I'm even giving you this chance.
As we leave him there.
The Fade had opened, and the gods were free. Thanks to Solus, they'd woken up to find their empire, their subjects, even their fellow gods, all gone. But they still had the power of the Blight, and corrupting a village was just the start. They made plans to tap more of the Blight, all of it, to rebuild their empire. As a path to power, it had its costs. And everyone would pay for it.
Good. Yeah, oh, right. I think it's going to kind of force me to go back at this point. Yeah, alright.
Did you find our scouts?
They're dead. I'm sorry. Elganon and Gilnenain sacrificed them in some kind of ritual.
creators. What about the rest of the village?
The ritual spread blight everywhere. The entire village was overrun.
The few who survived are controlled by blood magic. Their minds are gone.
Algernon and Gillinan used them like puppets.
Hi, Morgan.
I dare say it was a show of force. They will not rest until you are on your knees, fearful, cowering, helpless in the face of such power.
Lady Morrigan?
I am really glad she came back for this
Morrigan
game.
to you, Scout Harding. What a pleasure to see you again.
Rook, this is Morrigan, an old acquaintance. I thought she could help.
Morrigan helped the Inquisition when Varric and I were part of it. She knew more about ancient magic than anyone, except Solus.
'Twas both pleasure and necessity to help then, as it is now. Stopping Elganon and Gillinan shall require many hands.
So, who are you exactly?
I have borne many appellations. Advisor to Orlais, Witch of the Wilds, friend to the Inquisition. My place here, however, is but a humble advisor on matters arcane.
Witch of the Wilds?
An honorific born of rumor and exaggeration. The fearsome reputations of your opponents, however, are duly earned. This dark turn of events shall only become worse.
Then I look forward to your help.
How refreshing. Your cooperative nature is appreciated in return.
What can you tell us about all this?
As dangerous as Solus himself may be, his imprisonment of the gods was just. To leave them unchecked would have been the very end of Thedas.
Just to be
weird.
clear, you know your old friend Solus is actually the Dreadwolf?
So I have come to learn. It rather explains how he knew such a great deal of ancient elven history, and why he became so vexed when I attempted to explain it to him. Whilst I cannot claim the same depth of knowledge, the knowledge I do possess is yours for the asking.
I hope it helps. For all we know, the entire world will look like Demetus Crossing once the gods are through.
Not if we stop it first.
Ah, the confidence of youth. You shall need a good deal more of it.
I suppose you have some advice.
Set aside your notions of godhood and see them for the ancient, powerful mages they are. Standing against them shall require serious magic of your own. When you interrupted the Dreadwolf's ritual, did you happen across any of the tools he used?
He had a dagger, but it got lost in the chaos.
Then you would do well to find it. 'Tis better in your hands than those of the gods.
Is there anything else Solus might have had that could help us? We're in his... well, he calls it the Lighthouse.
Ah, yes. The legendary sanctum of the Dreadwolf. 'Tis said his Illuvian, the Viravas, could travel to any other Illuvian of his choosing.
That's not how it works right now. It only goes to Arlethan.
I can take a look at it. Maybe fix it, even. I know Illuvians better than most.
That's another reason why I
Any
feel
help you can
Bellara
offer, we'd
was supposed to be
appreciate.
Meryl at some point during
Illuvians
development, because
even
she's an
work the same
Illuvian
way,
expert and
all
knows
the
more
magic
about
is different
Illuvians than
now.
anyone else.
Our gods are back. Our gods. And they're killing
That's why I
people
do
and
kind of
driving
wish
the
it was
world.
still
How do we
Meryl.
stand up against that?
We stand up against them one step at a time. We don't have all the answers, but we know what we need to do. You're fixing the Illuvian at the lighthouse, and Nev, Harding, and I are going to find this dagger at the ritual site. Let's get to work. There's a lot of fight ahead of us.
Indeed. Prepare yourselves well and have a care in your choices. These are the times in which legends are born or slain. In this battle, I shall render whatever assistance I am able.
And I do like that in this game,
Let's move.
Morgan's matured so much that she kind of has slipped into the role that Flemeth was in the first game and sort of the second game. I know that some people don't like that because they feel it was because, like, despite... Oh, that's another thing I do like is your allies gain strength based on the quest you do and the actions you take. I don't fully remember how that affects the game as a whole, but I still do like it as a mechanic.
You can do this, Lace. It's gotta be done.
Still kind of wonder why the others don't have any skills I can spend yet. Oh well. I also do like that this game lets me level my characters up even if they're not actively in the party. That is one thing I can definitively say I think is done much better in this game versus the other games.
I should have taken the shot.
That would have made things worse.
You don't know that. All you have are guesses.
We're up against something unfamiliar, working with more rumors than facts. Of course, that's all I have.
I should have taken the shot.
You didn't take the shot. I destroyed the statue. Who do you want to blame more for the outcome? We all did what we thought was best in the moment.
And look where it got us. Tried to stop the world from being swallowed by chaos, and now it might be swallowed by chaos anyway. Elven gods escaped from their prison, Solus is in your head, and we're scrambling to figure out what to do. And
Varric knew the risks. He knew what it might cost.
And we're still standing. The fight's not over.
You know, I like that about you, Lace. You don't stop fighting, you push for answers and action, while I can get stuck on questions forever.
well, we need someone who can put the pieces of the puzzle together. We're fighting the unknown.
Exactly. Everyone has a part to play. Varric brought us together because of our strengths. He wanted a team he could rely on. We have to be that team.
Play to our strengths.
And rely on each other.
I think I can manage that.
Then let's find Solus's dagger. It'll be a start. Look.
There's magic lingering in this spot. Strong. Old.
The dagger was here. Something took it. Darkspawn. Oh no, what if it took the dagger?
Only one way to find out.
Look, there it goes. Darkspawn coming right at us!
Yeah, but since I'm playing on pussy mode, it's not a big deal. Did I level up again? No. You know, one thing I am kind of looking forward to is there's a specific cutscene in the game where you're like fighting a bad guy like one-on-one, and you're like both right up in each other's faces. And it was kind of funny because this character's supposed to be big and intimidating, but when Abby was playing the game, because she was A, playing a fighter, a warrior, and B, playing a Kunari, he wasn't actually towering over Abby's character. Now, when I did it, yeah, I was a mage, so I wasn't wearing, like, the big, impressive armor, but I was playing an elf, so I was still pretty close to him in height. I'm really looking forward to seeing how much this guy towers over me as a dwarf, you know? It's going to be kind of cool to see, if I do say so myself. It's going to have great... Anyway. Yeah, it is nice to actually be playing a dwarf again. Because dwarfs are my favorite to play in Origins. I love... Believe it or not, I've never finished a playthrough of Dragon Age Inquisition as a dwarf. Mostly because, well, I usually want to romance Solus. So I usually end up playing an elf. And even then, when I do decide I don't want to be an elf, I usually play Kunari because of how much I do kind of like that. Because I'm like, oh, I'll just play a dwarf. If I want to play a dwarf, I can just play a dwarf again in Origins. But I can only, at least before this game came out, I'm like, but I can only be a Kunari in Inquisition. Plus, I freely admit, I just think... I think the female Kunari are really, really hot. Like, they very much are very much my thing.
Did you find the dagger?
I don't think these Darkspawn took it. Let's keep looking.
Yeah, but again, just the fact that this game tied the Elven Gods into the Blight, I like that because it does a nice job of neatly tying up everything that we had been dealing with in the series thus far together, because the first game was all about the Blight. Second game, well, it was more about the mages and the oppression they were dealing with. And then the third game, you know, the initial main villain was Corypheus and ended with, you know, with that DLC with Solus in a more, you know, positioned as an elven god or whatever. But to then say, like, the evil elven gods are wielding the blood. I don't think I was supposed to be able to do that. It's a nice way to bring the series together. Yeah, I don't think I was supposed to be able to get up here. Yeah, I'm not sure how to get that chest, but I'm pretty sure we'll be able to come back here. So.
Oh, a dagger thief.
More blight in the way.
Okay, you know what? Hold on, backing up. That's bugging me. I want to take another look. See if I'm missing anything. I deserve that. Yeah, alright, fine. Moving on.
And there's probably another one.
Nicely done. I mean, it's gross, but you can't argue with results.
That's okay. Alright, I will admit I'm not the biggest fan of how like the weapons and shit work in this game. It's a little annoying. Cause like you're not getting constant loot or constant upgrade, you know, new weapons, and things are constantly evolving. It's like instead you can get different weapons and you can upgrade the weapons. I mean, yeah, you do get plenty of loot drops still. I'm not saying that's only how it works, but it's not... I mean, okay, who am I kidding? In the other games, thanks to the DLC, you just do one DLC and you basically got the best weapon that's programmed into the game. So I guess I shouldn't be too upset by this. Nev, you're a mage. Shoot at that thing from a distance. We all have ranged weapons some... Harding, why are you that close to that thing?
There are 2 of these devices this time. I bet we'll need to direct beams at both of them.
Nope, wrong button.
That's one. Now to find the other.
Let's see what's behind that gate.
Dark shot. Dark shot. That looks cool. I am gonna say I do appreciate that because this game has it lets you choose aesthetically what you want your weapons to look like and such. They really went all in on making the weapons and armor look really cool, so I have no complaints about that. 10 out of 10. I like it. And again, well, I do stand by that the way that they kind of handle the classes or blurred the way the classes work with your companions. I like the fact that they also get really creative with how your companions' weapons look. Because, like, I kind of like, you know, Nev's unique, you know, staff with kind of like an eye design in it. It's something very uniquely hers, and I think it looks good. Or Balara's bow staff hybrid is kind of cool. I will say Lucanus's is probably kind of meh, just since they're a sword and a dagger, basically similar to what I'm using, just with less options. And then, of course, Emmerich, I just use as a staff. I mean, they're cool staffs, but they are just staffs. Uh-oh. And Harding's just uses bows, which is okay. Again, they're still good looking. It's just, I will say though, they are a little less intuitive. And I do like the fact that, if I remember correctly, Tosh, because Davrin just uses a sword and shield, which they're fine for what they are. And Tosh just uses axes, if I remember correctly. But I like the fact that since she dual wields axes, that's just something you don't see as often. And I'm pretty sure you can't do yourself as a warrior in this game. Like, you only get sword and shield, or two-handed sword, or two-handed weapon. But the fact that Tosh is a fighter, or at the very least a fighter-adjacent class, and she can dual wield, that's something we haven't seen the fighters be able to do since, or the warriors could do since the first game. Grab that chest. Okay, yeah, no, I should be able to go back without advancing the story too much, without advancing to the next destination. So let's loot. Yeah. Oddly enough, maybe I just picked the wrong voice for female Rook. I can acknowledge that, but so far, I definitely do think I prefer the voice I had for Rook when I was playing a man. Which, again, is very unusual for Dragon Age, since more often than not, I think the female voice act, the woman they get to voice act for both the Inquisitor and especially for Hawk. Like, oh my goodness. Female Hawk her voice is butter. Love female Hawk so much. She is so sassy. Like, she's great sassy, she's great sultry, she's great, you know, badass, she's great as a dick. No, she's just great as a whole. But this one, I'm like, I think I may actually prefer. And again, there are two different voices you can give Rook with a low pitch versus high pitch, so maybe I just should need to try the other voice or this voice with a different pitch, and my opinions would change. Yeah, so we actually, Abby and I got a replica of this dagger, and it's pretty cool.
This is the eternal hymn, the prayer and the proclamation. We are free again. Home again.
Now, I love this story arc for Harding, because she is a dwarf who can use magic.
The Song of the Stone.
Something we did see in the last game,
What is happening to me?
but never the playable character. And we only saw it in that one DLC.
What the?
And I actually think, if I need to double check, but I'm pretty sure in the character creator, I could have actually played a mage dwarf, because dwarves do get the ability to use magic in this game. Or, again, at least. Yeah, so this definitely is taking a page from Mass Effect, since detonating abilities, that was very much a Mass Effect thing.
They're coming from the right.
Got you covered. Got us at a distance.
Dagger. What did it do to me?
Not sure, but we should get back. We'll talk it through there.
Your pet has failed, sister. And now the magic of the Dreadwolf's dagger is hidden from me. Fen Harel meddles once again.
If his dagger's beyond our reach, we must craft another. Made of red lyrium.
Oh, good. Red lyrium.
You said something took you over.
Something like that?
And it's still with you.
Yes. I think so. It can't be possession, can it?
I doubt it. Dwarves can't be possessed. They aren't connected to the Fade. Solus's dagger triggered this event. But how? Or why? I'm sorry, Lace. I wish I had answers.
It's all right. Talking has helped. And hey, we got the dagger, right? Mission accomplished.
That's technically true.
Dwarves have never used magic. We can't.
Maybe it's not the same kind of magic mages use. You moved the stone, and they call us children of the stone.
Right.
It's a wonderful gift. You must be proud.
But I didn't do anything to earn this. How could I be proud? I don't even know how it happened. It's all a little strange. But not in a bad way. I feel connected.
To
the stone.
Stone sense. Like some of us dwarves are meant to have. Did you have it before?
I'm a surfacer. The traditionalists will say I live removed from the stone.
Well, that's clearly not true anymore.
Maybe the dagger unlocks something hidden. But this is more than the stone sense I know. I hope you're right that this is a gift.
Yeah.
I'd be heartbroken if it caused problems.
Yeah, I really do like this plot beat with Harding. Like, her story is very interesting in this game.
I trust you have this all handled.
I love you, Harding,
You
but
always have
I
things
romanced
handled.
you personally, and
I just hope I
want
can
to
use
do
this
something different
magic
in my
to
second
do what's
playthrough.
right.
I don't want
I
to
have
just get
faith.
stuck romancing
I'll
the
send word
same
to the Grey Wardens about the
character
blood
over
we
and
saw.
over again, because I've
And
fallen
then
into that
I'm
trap
gonna lie
in,
down.
like,
I'm gonna
Inquisition.
need more answers about what the gods are
I
planning.
mean, it's
I'll
less of a
find some
problem in
place to
Dragon Age
relax and
Origins
try to reach
and
Solus in the Fade.
Mass Effect 1,
Good
just
luck.
due to the limited options.
Try not to let him get to you. It feels like we're finally making some progress. And I'm not sure what my new magic's about, but I know it feels right.
With their eyes on the Dreadwolf and the gods he'd set loose, they couldn't see their own personal demons coming to haunt them. Harding told herself it felt right. She was connected to the stone, to the lost titans, and all of dwarven history with its buried secrets. How could that be anything but good?
Guess I should find some place to try to talk to Solus.
Here we go. Need to go talk to Harding. Got it, but I'll do that after I go mess with the wardrobe again. Okay, now that I'm past that initial part of the game, I am going to be like, fuck it, I'm just going to throw on the outfits I want to. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with the Orzammar blade. I think it fits my character a bit better. Let's see, Dark Shard. No, stop it. No, I like the Dark Shard the best. See, I like that armor much better for Bellara. Cool. Alright, need to go talk to... can I talk to you, Varric? Or are you still asleep? He's still asleep. Let's go talk to Harding. Oh. Oh. Alright. Time to go back.
Toldar, it's a tunnel. Veilguard, Velos Atreidim. But Velos Atreidim is nothing like Isatunal.
Isatunal. I remember. After you touched the dagger, the prayer, the proclamation, Isatunal. What exactly are you proclaiming?
They don't remember. No one remembers. We don't even know what we lost.
You're busy. I shouldn't interrupt.
No, wait, sorry. Please, stay. We can talk. About the stone. About Isatunal. Maybe explaining it to someone else will help get my thoughts in order.
So what is it? What does it mean?
When I say Isatunal, does it mean anything to you? Does it stir anything in you?
No.
And you're a dwarf. Huh. So that's interesting. Isatunal is an affirmation, a statement of existence, of being. It means I am here. But no, not I. I is singular, but it isn't. We either. We is multiple, but also separate.
What?
Isatunal is the eternal hymn that encompasses all time. All spaces. I am, we are, this and that, here, there, now, and forever.
Okay. Whatever works for you.
Words aren't enough. It's hard to put into words something you just feel. I'm certain Isatunal describes how we, the dwarves, once were. But none of the books say anything about it. None of the histories are right. if we forgot something so important, what else did we forget?
I don't know.
I'm sorry. I don't expect you to have an answer. Thanks for letting me babble, by the way.
Anytime. That's what I'm here for.
Okie dokie. Oh, sorry. Just stepped on Harding's head. Where's everyone else? Nev's in her place. Blar's down by the Alluvian. I don't necessarily think I can. I'm still gonna go stick my head in and see if how they're doing, but I doubt I can interact with them. Oh yeah, and then I need to go mess with my equipment again now that I've got more stuff. Nope, nothing.
Couldn't be one god. It had to be
Oh, Rook! Hello! I've never seen an alluvian like this before. Not intact, anyways. Fascinating.
All right. Pretty sure that's supposed to be the Inquisitor's armor. Yep, there's Hawk's armor. There is the N7 armor. Did I have this before? Yeah, I did. So I basically wore nothing but this in my personal playthrough. That I didn't like the way this armor looked in Inquisition, but it looks a lot better with that extra detail here in Veilguard. And I absolutely love Hawk's design, I really do. I just kind of have a hard time actually wearing it, because I'm like, that's Hawk's outfit. That's not my outfit, if that makes sense. I'm on the fence, because I know I threw myself in the Blood Dragon, but at the same time, I really... in many respects, the worn leather just kind of fits my character better, if you know what I mean. But fuck it. I am going to throw that on, at least for now, because I am a Mass Effect simp.
Wait, that room wasn't there before. I don't think. Nev, or Harding, must have put my pack here. Makes sense. Better place to sleep than the infirmary. Guess I can spare a few moments to unpack my things. Every time I look at this, I can hear that little girl thanking me for saving her village from Darkspawn. She said that since the Grey Wardens didn't have griffins anymore, I could have hers. If I hadn't been there, I'd never have met Varric. And never had to deal with the first warden complaining I ignored orders. Doesn't matter what the first warden thinks. There's a little girl alive today because I attacked instead of waiting for reinforcements.
And I do actually like this. Like that, because that's a unique thing too.
I asked him how we were supposed to stop Solus, and he gave me this. Take a long, hard look in it, kid. It'll always show the face of a hero who can get it done. A damn good-looking hero, if I do say so.
Yeah, I think that was meant to be like the one chance to change those things. I don't think I can change my scars or my gender or anything like that in the mirror in the infirmary.
The peddler gave me this after I saved his caravan from bandits. He told me he always admired dwarven craftsmanship, especially with anything made from stone. Called us an impressive people. He had fancy silks from Olay, statuettes from the wilds down south. Oh, I could have listened to stories all night about places he'd been. Now I'm getting to see some of those places myself. The tools every professional scoundrel needs when learning the trade. I spent as much time picking locks and mixing potions as I did training with blades or a bow. At least when I hadn't lost my privileges after setting a smoke bomb trap in the privy. Right. That's better. Now, how do I connect to Solus? Just sleep or... Oh, relaxing. Maybe if I clear my mind...
Back so soon. It must have been worse than I had thought.
Hello, Dreadwolf.
Ah, but perhaps I am mistaken. You may be here to correct me, to tell me that my concerns were unfounded. I am, after all, remembered as the god of lies, treachery, and rebellion.
So you're gonna be insufferable about it. See, this is the reason nobody likes you.
I led a rebellion for centuries that culminated in the creation of the Veil and the destruction of the Elven Empire.
Okay, this is among the reasons nobody likes you.
My information was accurate. Now you realize that the danger is real.
I need to know what the gods are planning.
You are asking for knowledge no mortal in this world is privy to. If I am to share it with you, I need to know what makes you the right person to lead the fight against Algernon and Gillenane.
Someone has to do something. I may not be the right person for this job, but I'm the only one left.
So your call to action is that any attempt is better than none?
Back in the Grey Wardens, I was with a group of recruits outside this village, dealing with a Darkspawn incursion. Our orders were to wait for reinforcements, but we knew that by the time they arrived, everyone in that village would be dead.
So you led your team of recruits in any way, collapsing the tunnel and saving the village.
How do you know that?
You helped Varric pursue me for the better part of a year. It would have been foolish not to learn about who was hunting me.
Then you know that if someone has to make a call, I'll do it.
I suppose I was not so different when I started.
Started what?
My rebellion against the Evanuris. The Elven Gods, as you call them. They wish to reclaim their dominion over this world. To accomplish that, they will need two things. First, the Blight. What exists in this world is a bare fragment of its power. The rest is imprisoned, until they release it.
The Blight didn't escape with the gods?
Algernon and Gillenane escaped largely empty-handed, fortunately. Most of the Blight is still trapped in the prison I created ages ago.
So what we saw at the village, that's them not at full strength?
Correct.
I don't understand. Algernon and Gillenane were elves like you, right? Why would they want to blight the world?
It is my fault. As the Dread Wolf, I was a thorn in their side. When my efforts weakened their grasp on the Elven people, they grew frustrated, then desperate.
And turned to the Blight.
Once the corruption took hold of them, they were blind to its horror. It was just another source of power for them. Now they would blight the world without hesitation, and call us backward and foolish for opposing them.
The rest of the Blight is imprisoned? There's more than what's in the world already?
Yes. Centuries ago, the Magisters of Tevinter opened my prison. A tiny fragment of the Blight escaped. That fragment grew beneath the earth, and led to the Blights that have swept across the world. However terrible the Blight is now, it is a mere fraction of what we will see if its full power is unleashed.
What would they need to do to free the Blight? And how do we stop them from doing it?
They will need to pierce the veil to reach the Blight's prison. My Lyrium dagger is one of the few artifacts capable of doing so.
We've already recovered it from the ritual site.
Excellent. Then they will have to make their own. That will give you time.
You said the gods needed 2 things, and the Blight is the first? What's the second?
Followers. They have called themselves gods. And what is a god without worshippers to sing their praises?
You think they want the elves back? I don't think the elven people will bend a knee to blighted, murderous monsters.
Agreed. Elganan and Gillenane care little for the elves. They will find worshippers among those hungry for power. Tyrants and bullies. The cruel and the corrupt, who fear their own vulnerability and seize any chance to feel strong. If you hunt them, they will lead you to Elganan and Gillenane.
You want me to pick fights with tyrants and bullies? Sounds fun.
I gave no orders. All I offer are suggestions.
I'm on it. What else?
The Veravas, the lighthouse Soluvian, can take you anywhere, if you master its secrets. Have you done so?
Not yet, but we've got one of the Veil Jumpers working on it. She'll get it sorted, and we'll see how it goes.
Yes. I suppose we will. And when you speak with Varric, please tell him that I regret what happened.
And for the record, I completely believe him that he does regret what happened. Okay, cool. Wardrobe's in here now. But I have... Oh, yeah. Helmets, I guess. Oh, okay.
So Solus told the truth about the gods.
You heard? It's bad, Varric. If you'd seen Demeter's Crossing.
The team needs to act fast. And it can't do that with me leading from a bed. You've got to take point on this.
I can't do what you do. I've barely been holding it together in the short time you've been out.
You don't need to do what I do. You just need to get it done. Rook, when I put this team together, what did I look for? A detective to find the Dreadwolf, and a scout to get us the lay of the land. Exactly the people he'd expect me to recruit. Disciplined, predictable. And then there's you. Remember when we first met, kid? I watched you lead a few misfit recruits and push back one of the biggest darkspawn hordes I've ever seen.
Just needed to find the right strategy.
And no other warden found it. You stopped that horde. Had to drop a town hall on it, but you've got a knack, kid.
For what?
Finding a way through the wildest shit I've ever seen. With a plan that no one expects. On the best day of his life, Solus wouldn't see you coming, Rook. And don't worry. I'll still be here to talk if you need me.
There is something. Demeter's Crossing was awful. While we were there, we found one survivor, the mayor.
You sent him to the wardens, right?
Not everyone was happy about my decision. We're just starting out and I'm already losing their trust.
The key to earning the team's trust isn't to only make decisions everyone agrees with. It's showing the team that they can tell you whatever's on their mind, even if they think you're full of crap. And know you'll listen.
When I took over at the ritual site, I had to make a call on who came with me to knock over that statue. It was the first decision I made leading this team, and Nev got hurt because of it.
You made a decision with the best information you had. Sometimes you do that, and people end up hurt. Or worse.
What would you have done?
What would I have done? Probably gotten myself killed and failed to stop the ritual if you hadn't stepped in. A good leader isn't someone who never makes mistakes. It's someone who admits when they make one. That's how you earn their trust.
Did Nev tell you about me talking to Solus and the Fade?
I had some good arguments with Chuckles back in the day. I can't imagine being stuck with him in my head. But how are you feeling about it?
He's the god of lies and he's inside my head, Varric. How do you think I feel about that?
Fair enough. But Nev's a great mage. If you need her to whip up a ward to keep him out of your mind, she can. But you haven't asked her to. Why not?
Solus is our best source of information about these elven gods. We can't stop them without what he knows.
So you're making the decision to keep talking with him?
Yeah.
You're making a choice. Stay careful, stay worried, but don't beat yourself up about doing what you have to do.
He also asked me to tell you that he regrets what happened. Hurting you, I mean.
Chuckles is sentimental. He could burn the world down, and the thing that would make him cry is a single flower with blackened petals.
I'll let you get some rest.
You're gonna be fine, Rook. Hey, one last thing before you go. I've been racking my brain thinking of contacts who might help us with these gods.
You got any ideas?
Nothing. But being a leader isn't about having all the answers yourself. It's about knowing who does. Nev has connections to a whole world that Harding and I barely know. Might be worth talking to her.
Will do. Thanks, Varric.
Anytime.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the thing I did that impressed Varric when I was a Veil jumper, because I sadly don't.
Hey, Nev. Hi, Wisps.
Yeah, they're still here. But you're here for leads. You want allies to go after the gods? I've got places to look, if we can get anywhere but Arlathan.
Ballara's working on it. What have you got?
Let's start with the angles we know. The gods are corrupt magic personified. Who do we hire to fight that? First, the Antivan Crows.
You want to fight gods with assassins?
Not just any assassin, their most feared mage killer, the Demon of Virantium.
Working with a feared mage killer doesn't bother you?
If he doesn't have a contract out on me, it's not a problem.
You think a trained killer will like us?
What's not to love? The demon got his nickname taking out blood mages and Venatori. From everything I've learned, the reputation was earned. I never uncovered his real name, and there's been fewer stories the last few years, but the Crows would know. I can set a meeting with their bosses.
This is great. Thanks, Nev.
It's what I'm here for.
You said the Crows were first. What's next?
A trip home.
Back to Minrathous.
Capital city and heart of Tevinter. An empire of mages that knows a thing or two about corrupt magic.
Tevinter authority
won't help and can't be trusted, which is why we talk to the Shadow Dragons. They're a resistance group that fights slavers, blood magic, and imperial corruption.
Yeah, they were the
They've got
other.
eyes
That was
and
the other
ears
group I really
everywhere,
wanted to be a part
including
of, but I
If the
thought
gods
I really
enter
want
the
to see
Empire,
the
we
Warden
might get
stuff this
something.
playthrough.
Besides, I owe them an update.
Are they all mages?
If I do a
Tevinter
third
might prize its
playthrough on my
mages,
own
but the
time, I'm
Shadows
definitely gonna
accept
do
anyone.
Shadow Dragons.
We've all got a stake in the cause.
I get the feeling you have a lot of dramatic stories.
One or two.
So, we talked to the Crows in Antiva and the Shadow Dragons in Minrathous.
I wouldn't mind checking in on my neighborhood either. If Balara's ready for us.
Yeah. Should check how things are going.
Where's the journal again? No. No. Shit, how do I?
Almost there. I just have to. Shit! Sorry.
Can I help?
No, I've got it. Mostly. Mirrors are funny things, aren't they? Reflections. They distort reality, no matter what you try. And there's the trick. Control that distortion. There you have it.
What is that place? If I had to guess, it's the Fade. Another part of it, I mean.
Didn't Morrigan say this Illuvian could go anywhere? Didn't think that meant elsewhere in the Fade.
She called it the Vir of Us, freedom of ways. I wonder...
If that is the Fade on the other side, won't it be dangerous? As the Fade often is.
More dangerous than elven gods who wield the Blight as a weapon?
Point taken.
Some of the older texts talk about a place in the Fade where all the Illuvians meet. A crossroads
where you could travel across all of Thedas in just minutes.
Right. We saw something similar when we were chasing Solus. I wonder if it's the same.
It is alike, and it is not.
Either you found some way to get into the lighthouse without us seeing, or you've been here all along. Not sure which one worries me more.
The wolf's fang. You carry it now. Old paths. A new journey. Through there. I will wait.
Well, can't tell if that's a trap or not. But we're short on options. One way to find out.
And it didn't feel dangerous, you know? Almost more sad.
Just because something's sad doesn't mean it isn't dangerous.
I can think of an example or two that proves that.
And we still don't know what this Alluvian's gonna do. One of us should probably stay behind in case it closes.
Good point.
Just tell us when you're ready to go, Rook, and then we can figure out what's going on.
Oh, the journal's right there. Wait, hold on. I know Nev is, yeah. No. Okay, yeah, Nev and Harding are or Nev and Balara are actually my lowest approval right now. Let's start the quest. Excuse me. You know, I also just realized we don't get a fighter-esque character for actually a good while. Since I've got 2 mages, and they're saying the next one character that they're planning on me getting is...
Hello again? Who are you?
Another rogue.
Caretaker. I go where I am needed, Dweller. Now, I am here.
And where is here?
The crossroads.
Okay, I don't think that that N7 armor looks good on the rogue, actually. I might swap it out for something else.
Oh, the crossroads. Right, yeah, of course.
The Evanurus hunger for the crossroads. Their influence is spreading. Blight, death, madness. They send their minions to claim this place. The crossroads is in a time of need, Dweller. I cannot protect you.
You don't have to. If you're standing against the gods, then consider us reinforcements.
Fast travel unlocked. Woo! Lighthouse.
Here, this dock seems sturdy. So you can ferry us to the other islands?
Winds await, dweller.
I'll take that as a yes.
There we go.
Onward, dweller. The spirits here were driven out, refugees now from the gods' minions. I have summoned the guardians of the crossroads to protect them. Beware. The guardians repel all interlopers.
Ancient defenders aren't very discerning.
Fade tear. That's where they're breaking through.
The gods are breaching the fate itself, and just for us.
Get out of here, thoughts. We got the Venatori. Fuck you, Sparkle Sparkle.
Great shot, Nev.
Oh, did it!
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
About to have a problem.
Feel the wrath of Tavinta.
Hmm?
Let's get that.
Now there's a nice shot.
Unbind this path, dweller. Seek what is hidden.
Careful ahead.
I think that's 2 for me, because I'm pretty sure I killed both of them before you guys even got up here. I'm not trying to be a dickhole, I'm just saying that I think it is definitely more than just 1.
Sure thing.
Open from other side, got it. I will say exploring the crossroads is one of the things I don't like a ton about this game, because it's all very samey and the maps don't always help in terms of figuring out how to explore, you know? Still, I appreciate that there is a map, period, because I've mentioned this many times. I'm a big fan of the Darksiders series. I don't think they're perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but I do really like them. But my biggest beef with the third one is there's no in-game map.
Magic has sealed the way. Only their champion may open it.
A champion?
It dwells on this island. Challenge the champion and claim its essence. This path will open to you.
Because I am fervently, and I know this is an unpopular opinion, because from what I've heard, Darksiders 3 was not very well received, but to be perfectly frank, I think most of the Darksiders games aren't usually well received at launch. They usually gain a cult following as time goes on.
What's this?
And I feel it's partially because the
looks
Darksiders franchise has a bad habit of, like, chasing trends. Oops.
What's going on here?
They don't always have a strong identity on their own. They just... Because, like, the first one was, like, God of War meets,
well, it's...
Zelda. The second one was taking cues from Assassin's Creed. The third one was taking cues from Dark Souls. And the fourth one was taking cues from... I mean, there weren't, like, any twin-stick shooters that were really popular at the time, but just... End result is every single Darksiders game has a very distinct feel to it.
Freedom. We'll move faster if we split up. See you ahead.
Blight. Be careful.
Is it real blight or just a memory?
These are more than just memories. Blight! So Gillenane was experimenting with Blight and Darkspawn. Blight infested her lab. If it's a memory, let's go with it. We need to find our way out before Gillenane finds us.
Wolf, you came for us. Your key was enough.
This unnatural corruption demanded my personal attention. It is strong. It has already blocked the escape route I had planned. We will need another way to the surface.
Let's all split up and find it.
I will destroy what corruption I can. You must cut through these monstrosities before Gillenane unleashes something worse.
Zola sounded rattled.
He was spooked. By the blight, I mean.
That's not good.
You see boundless creation and choose to destroy it? Learn respect for the life that will succeed you.
She's using the testing grounds against us.
Treasure mine. Gimme.
Time to go.
Free! And faster than anticipated. Perhaps you and your allies warrant more study.
We've got company. Through to Gillinane's prize specimens.
Rook, think of the Darkspawn we face compared to these. What if...
Maybe the Darkspawn we've been seeing aren't new. Maybe they're old.
Okay, cool. They do acknowledge the fact that the Darkspawn that we're fighting are different.
Here, the blessing you denied.
Wolf, help me! Ah! Damn! Gillinane got her. Blood is burning up! Look out!
But yeah, I do love that this game really does finally give the answers to the Blight, and does definitively be like, yeah, no, Corypheus and the other Magisters, they didn't break into heaven. They broke into the Veil. It wasn't the seat of the Maker. They just broke into the prison that...
You would unleash a blight on this world and call it a masterwork. You, who are the most sensitive of us.
All that I am belongs to the pursuit of creation. You chose to constrain yourself. I must climb to the heights only understood by gods. I go now to join them.
Wolf, you are greater than any of them. Please, help me.
Come on. Be the god she needs. Help her.
I am so sorry I failed you. There is only one way I can help you now.
Wolf.
This place and the corruption within it must be eradicated. No trace can be allowed to spread. Go. Your work here is done. There is no need for you to witness what I must do.
It's over. Solus destroyed the lab, the blight that was here, and his agent.
I'm sure he sees some greater good. The people in his way to get there, not as much.
This fragment might tell us more.
Yeah, no, it's... Yeah, it's like, once you're blighted, there's really only so much that can be done, if anything, for that matter. I can't... Like, don't get me wrong, Solus has done so much shit that he absolutely deserves criticism for. I can't really criticize him here in this situation. Because, like, I've said it once, I need to keep saying it, I like Solus as a character. I do not like him as a person, and he absolutely is kind of a bastard. So yeah, to get the best possible ending, you do need to see all of Solus's memories and collect the wolf statues. So, just a bit of a tip for those who want to play this game themselves. You will need to do that if you want to get the best ending.
They falter before us.
The Guardians can't hold them off for long. Ugh. Is that something inside it?
Yeah, Cyst is accurate.
That's the champion we're looking for. Watch yourselves.
Look, it left something.
That's the essence we need. It's cold. Hope I don't have to carry it for too long.
Because I think the critical chance is arguably a little better, worth taking the hit to.
An altar to a wolf. Bet I know who that's for.
Right. That's how those altars work. Because there's a number of different altars in the game that do different things.
Sure thing.
As the gods' champion passed freely, so will you.
Okay, I figured it was probably a one-time use. I just wanted the double check.
That's a lot of Illuvians. And they're all intact. I wonder where they lead.
Time to find out.
Oh no, I'm dead. I'm alive, but I'm dead. Actually, hold on. I'm out of time for the day, so we'll start this quest next time. Yeah, so far, I'm actually having a lot of fun again, but at the same time, the game only kind of starts to drag a bit in the middle, so I reserve judgment, but I am having fun being back at this game. There'll definitely be no stream later today, because I'll be busy. More edgelord tomorrow. It's funny, the current edgelord poll, it had a 3-way tie yesterday, so I kind of reshared the poll on social media to try to get some more votes to break the tie, but we only got one more person voting, and it continued the 3-way tie because they voted for all 3 of the games that were tied for first place. So yeah, if you haven't voted yet, there is a link. I've shared it on our Facebook page, our Blue Sky, our Twitter, and it's on our Discord. So yeah, if you haven't voted there, go ahead and vote. But I'm not sure when, but I'll see you guys then. Bye-bye.